Hello everybody and welcome to the Drydock episode 192. This is the Patreon Drydock for March, so be prepared, it's going to be a long one. And of course it is the last Drydock that will be published before I set foot in the USA. So, let's get on with it, shall we? Jonathan Smith asks, in World War II, with electromechanical fire control computers for the main battery fire control, how difficult or disruptive would it be if the Navy brought an additional or even a replacement shell into service which had different ballistic properties than the shells already in the fire control computer? Were the ballistics of the shell hard-coded into the mechanics of the computer, or could new and replacement ones be added relatively easily? A lot of it actually depends on how advanced the fire control system is. The very earliest versions, paradoxically, are actually much easier to deal with new shells than the later ones, because the older ones would just report the range that you needed and bearing for a particular target. So all the data would be fed in and it would say, okay, well, you know, the bearing and range of the target is, let's say, 22,000 yards, and you need to lead the target by X number of degrees. So let's say if the target is at 45 degrees bearing, maybe you need to shoot at for 22,000 yards and 20 degrees bearing, or whatever. That would imply a very long flight time, but nevertheless, you get the idea. And when it comes to then working out, okay, what elevation do we need in order to reach 22,000 yards, then the gunner or someone else in the system could look up a tabulated book that said, you know, okay, for 22,000 yards for your gun, for an L1-piercing shell or a high explosive shell or whatever, you need to elevate to X degrees elevation, and it'll be different for HE and AP. And CPC if you're in World War I, which this would be the kind of time period for it, and that would then be passed on to the turret, and the turret go, okay, so we're elevating to this number of degrees, fire, and then you adjust. Now, when you get to the more advanced fire control computers, if you have remote power control on your turrets, which some battleships in World War II did do, then you could include automatically ranging the turret and i.e. putting on the right bearing and elevating the guns to the correct elevation remotely instead of reading it off of a table as a manual input, at which point things do get a bit more complicated, because obviously the fire control computer would come pre-programmed with the specific ballistic arcs of the shells that it was anticipated to use. So like a Mark 8 AP shell for an Iowa, for example, and then the HE shell that the 16-inch 50 used as well. And obviously, you would also have to pre-program the fire control computer for a specific ship for its specific guns, because if you used the same fire control computer on a South Dakota and the same fire control computer on an Iowa, they might both be using the Mark 8 shell, but the Mark 8 shell will go a different distance for a given elevation from a 16-inch 45 caliber gun as opposed to a 16-inch 50 gun. But with an electromechanical system, there is, as the name suggests, a physical component to all of this data. So if you want to put in a new shell, let's say they invent a new AP shell for whatever reason that has different ballistic properties, it's not like a modern system where you could just, I don't know, stick a USB stick in or download it from the internet. You would actually have to physically add or replace a mechanical module, which it could then select and go, okay, this is where the data is stored. Now, fortunately, the idea of a advanced fire control computer being able to select between multiple options would already exist, because at the very minimum, as I said, you've got AP and HE, and on some systems you might also have an anti-aircraft shell or something like that. But let's say, for the sake of argument, that you have one of these systems and it is spitting out data for your specific shell, for your specific guns, and telling you what your range and elevation needs to be, and it's trying to obviously align the guns in that manner, but you haven't received the updated programming for your fire control computer. There is a workaround in that the remote power control isn't a necessity it's there, but you can disconnect it. It's designed to be able to be disconnected in case of, obviously, someone takes out the fire control computer station or something like that. So you can just go to a manual override. So if somebody is sitting there with, say, a bunch of new shells and a conversion table, but they haven't received the fire control computer upgrade for whatever reason, it would be very unusual, but, fog of war could happen, then let's say the computer says, okay, well, the target's 20,000 yards away, and with, again, using an Iowa as an example, with a Mark 8 AP shell, you need to elevate to, not using an actual number, but let's say arbitrarily, let's say you need to raise the guns to 16 degrees elevation. And the guns go to 16 degrees elevation. You look at your conversion table and go, actually, well, this is a new high velocity shell, and we only need to elevate to 14 degrees because 16 degrees will overshoot. Right, okay, engage the manual override on the turrets. Everyone lower your turrets by 2 degrees and fire. Job done. A little bit of a bodge, but the thing is, introducing a new or replacement shell is quite a long-term item. It's not something that, at least for battleship guns, that's just done at the drop of a hat. So usually you wouldn't need workarounds, because part of the development, if you had a fire control system that was going to automatically configure your guns for a specific shell type, would be to develop the updated programming for your fire control computer as well. Patrick Donnelly asks, in regards to ships sunk by carrier-based aircraft, is the carrier from which those planes are based also credited with the kill? It is a bit of a weird one, and I've not been able to come up with a 100% certain explanation, because the aircraft, if the hit's been scored by a single aircraft, the aircraft and the pilot gets the kill, and if it's a squadron, the squadron gets the kill, and even if it's a single aircraft from a squadron, then obviously the entire squadron shares the kill as well. So, for example, if a single squadron delivers the death blow to, say, Hiryu, then that squadron gets to claim in perpetuity, we're the ones that killed Hiryu. And if that squadron gets relocated to a different carrier during the war, then that kill credit goes with them, because they're the ones who actually, dropped the bomb or launched the torpedo, depending on which ship we're talking about. But at the same time, the carrier is credited with all of the aircraft and ships that its aircraft and its guns take down. So if you look at USS Enterprise's battle record, for example, it's credited with dozens of ship kills and hundreds of aircraft kills, despite the fact that obviously the vast majority of that was accomplished by its air group. So it appears to be kind of yes, but the kill credit is sort of shared, in as much as any kill accumulated by an aircraft based on a carrier will be credited to the carrier in eventual summation, as in, aircraft from this carrier were responsible for X number of enemy ships sunk, X number of enemy aircraft destroyed, and that will remain on the permanent record. But if, as I say, that squadron or flight group gets relocated to another carrier, or obviously that carrier ends up being decommissioned and the flight group stays on, then that flight group also carries a kill credit. So you could have, for example, let's say a squadron that has been in continuous existence since before World War II, and in World War II they sink some ships, and they do that whilst they're based from a carrier. Well, that carrier will be credited partially as being responsible for that particular kill, but when that carrier gets decommissioned and scrapped, then all of that just becomes part of the historical record. If there's a subsequent carrier that carries the name, it might inherit the battle honour. If it's a Royal Navy carrier, it won't inherit the battle star if it's a US carrier, and it definitely won't inherit the kill credit. So when we had it, the Invincible class Ark Royal carrier didn't inherit any kill claims from HMS Ark Royal 91, the World War II carrier, but a squadron that was based on that ship, which, as I say, has a continuous record of service, might still be around in 2022 and they might still have that kill credit to their collective name. So yeah, it's a little bit weird, but so the answer is yes, mostly, but there are multiple kill credits at that point, because you'd have, as I say, the pilot or aircraft responsible, the squadron responsible, and the carrier responsible, and because they can relocate, you might find them in completely different units. So at, let's say, towards the end of World War II, you might have had Enterprise in service. It's credited with killing a given Japanese ship, but the squadron that did it might be on another carrier, so that squadron is also carrying that kill credit, and the pilot who actually dropped the bomb or the torpedo might have been transferred to another squadron, so he might be on a third ship, and he also has that kill credit. Helpfully, very confusing. Christian Slot Hulk asks, what trades are made when making a dual-purpose gun in the 4 to 5.25 inch range, i.e. what design features make for a good anti-surface gun against destroyers and smaller vessels, and what design features make for a good anti-aircraft gun, and where do they clash? So this has been covered a couple of times before, but new viewers and so forth, it's always worth covering again. Essentially, the top priorities for an anti-aircraft gun in this kind of caliber is it needs to be fast rotating, fast firing, and fast elevating. That's really about all. Regardless of barrel length, it's going to have a decent enough range compared to aircraft of the time, and regardless of shell size, a direct hit or a near miss by a shell in either the 4, 4.5, 4.75, or 5.25 inch range is still going to do quite a number to an aircraft. Conversely, an anti-surface weapon used against a destroyer, or even a cruiser possibly, needs to have range and hitting power as a priority. Now, where those clash tends to be in terms of the mountings, because the one other area is in terms of mounting. If you're going for an anti-surface gun, then there's a strong possibility that someone might be shooting roughly equivalent caliber shells back at you, so you do need a reasonable amount of protection, hopefully. Whereas if you're going against aircraft, well, you're not going to be able to fit the protection to guard you against a direct hit from a bomb, so you might as well make your gun shield bulletproof, maybe cannon-proof, and that's about all you need. And that factors into the weight argument as well. So an anti-aircraft weapon, because it needs to be as quick and as manoeuvrable as possible, will quite often be shorter barreled. But this compromises the range, which is not good for an anti-surface weapon. The anti-surface weapon is going to want a longer barrel for the longer range. And that also, it's the weight, it's the speed, it's the elevation argument there, as well as the range issue. And then the hitting power as well. For a hitting power against anti-surface ships, or anti-surface role, you want the bigger gun, so a 5 or a 5.25 inch weapon. Whereas for an aircraft, anti-aircraft role, you can chuck more 4-inch shells into the air quicker, so that's a better weapon to use. And so where they clash usually comes down to the size of the gun, because that dictates pretty much all the areas in which they clash. So a long barrel weapon is going to be slower and harder to move and impose a weight penalty, so you can have fewer of them, as compared to a shorter barrel weapon, but it will be long range. A larger gun will have a bigger burst and more hitting power from the shell, but will be slower to load and take up more space compared to a smaller gun. And so when you have these compromises, this is why most of the really effective ones tend to sit in the 4.5 to 5 inch section, because you can go as low as 4, you can go as high as 6, but until you get things like power loading, anything much above 5 tends to start to gradually compromise your rate of fire to a point where its use as an anti-aircraft weapon becomes significantly impaired. And if you go much below 4.5 inch, then the range and hitting power that you've got for your anti-surface role, if you're going with a dual purpose gun obviously, starts to suffer to a point where it can become quite dangerous for you. So that's why the two most successful and heavyweight anti-aircraft guns, at least in Allied service, are the 4.5 inches you can see here from the British, and the 5-inch 38 from the Americans. And the 5-inch 38 reflects some of this compromise. The British, the 4.5 inch is actually a slightly better anti-surface weapon than the US 5-inch 38, despite being half an inch smaller caliber, because as you can see, it's a long barrel weapon, whereas the 5-inch 38 is kind of a split between the longer barrel 5-inch guns that you see on World War I era US battleships as secondary weapons, and the 5-inch 25 caliber, which is a 5-inch gun highly optimized, in fact almost entirely optimized for anti-aircraft use. And the 38 caliber gives you a little bit more range, so it becomes effective to a degree in anti-surface roles, and also by not being the 50 plus calibers long, remains lightweight enough that you can maneuver it round relatively quickly for anti-aircraft use. There is one other argument between the two, which is twin versus single mountings, because for the most part in World War II, although again with the introduction of remote power control and so forth and larger ships, it becomes less of an issue towards the end, but for much of World War II, a single mounting is a lot faster to maneuver because it's lighter, whereas a twin mounting is heavier but presents more firepower per square foot. So twin mountings are slightly better for use in anti-surface roles, whereas single mountings are slightly better for use in anti-aircraft roles. But that crossover does tend to happen quite quickly in World War II. When you're talking about the heavier calibers, it happens a bit later, because you do need some form of remote power control and power operation in order to make a twin mount effective in a full-on anti-aircraft role. But nations that have advanced somewhat faster in that particular dual-purpose gun world, like, say, the US with the twin 5-inch 38, are able to put that in a lot earlier. And once you are able to get a twin mount to move relatively quickly, then, of course, because you have this greater firepower density per square foot, you can actually fit more guns on. So that's why you see, for example, single 4-inch guns on a Leander or an Arethusa class being replaced by twin 4-inch guns in the same space. So, there's the same number of mounting points, but double the number of guns, because the British managed to invent a twin 4-inch mount that doesn't offer too many compromises in terms of speed and agility compared to the single, and obviously doubles the firepower, which is always good. Rodney McCoy asks, I'd like to hear you talk about Singapore, the naval base, and perhaps the city itself in the 1930s, its rise and fall, what made it so important to the Royal Navy, but also how the British thought the Americans might use it, and how this affected British morale after its fall. So the reason Singapore was so important to the Royal Navy, especially in the interwar period, was because of its location, for multiple reasons. It was just a few degrees west of the margin that the Washington Naval Treaty had said, further east of this you cannot fortify your holdings. So Hong Kong, for example, fell into the area which couldn't be fortified post-Washington Treaty. Singapore, that limit was meridian 110 east. Singapore, being at approximately meridian 103 to 104 east, could be fortified. So it was the closest decent port that the British had to this kind of almost DMZ'd Western Pacific region that they could fortify. Now, obviously, you could also fortify Australia and New Zealand, but they were too far south, because that comes into the other element of location, which is British holdings in the Pacific and Indian Ocean areas. So obviously they had, at the time, India, Burma, Malaya, bits of Borneo, random islands all over the place. Technically they still had Weihai Wei, which they'd taken off the Germans. You had Hong Kong and bits of New Guinea, plus, of course, Australia and New Zealand associated with the empire to the southeast. But when you look at a map of all of those, Singapore is pretty much slap bang in the middle of all that. So it was a good harbour that could be fortified, very close to the area that couldn't be fortified, about as close as you were going to get to the potential threats to British holdings as possible, while still being able to be fortified. And obviously, because it's in the middle of it all, doesn't require a long, prolonged travel time to get there or to get to anywhere that might be under threat. Under other circumstances, the other major British port for the military, at least in the east, Ceylon, or particularly Colombo in Ceylon, which is now Sri Lanka, might have sufficed and might indeed have been a somewhat better port, and indeed turned out to be, after the fall of Singapore, a better port once in for the majority of World War II. The problem was it was too far west. It would make it very difficult to defend somewhere like Malaya or Borneo or Hong Kong from Ceylon. So Singapore was the better place. As a result, the Royal Navy had plans to turn it into effectively a mega fortress from which to base a good portion of the entire Royal Navy. None of those plans quite came off. So there was this whole idea of Fortress Singapore, but Singapore, by the time of World War II, had ended up in this weird intermediate space where it was just fortified enough that people thought there may be a chance of holding it, but it also hadn't had the level of fortification the Admiralty had deemed necessary due to budget cuts and all other sorts of things, which meant that it actually wasn't. So, the water supply wasn't secure. It didn't have quite the level of inner pointing defences, i.e. pointing at land, that it should have done. It had a reasonable degree of seaward pointing defences, but, of limited use when someone's coming over land, although, contrary to popular myth, the 15-inch gun batteries could and did fire inland. It also didn't have anywhere near the level of aircraft, anywhere near the level of port facilities, or anywhere near the level of anti-aircraft guns that, again, the Admiralty wanted. So, yeah, it was almost there, but not quite. Its importance remained, actually, after World War II, once it was retaken. For as long as the British Empire had significant holdings in the Western Pacific, Singapore remained an important base. Although, obviously, as various places, including Singapore itself, were granted independence, it became less and less important, and then obviously once it was granted independence, it was no longer an official Royal Navy base, although the Royal Navy did hang around there for a bit with the agreement of the government of Singapore. But once that mostly happened, Hong Kong became the important place, partly because it was, mostly because it was one of the few areas left under the British flag for most of the latter part of the 20th century. So things that it did have that the Royal Navy was quite keen to keep a hold of were big dry docks, floating dry docks especially, which would allow them to repair and replace the largest possible ships. They couldn't necessarily build full-scale warships in Singapore, they could build smaller ones, but those dry docks would be very useful if a battleship or a carrier or even a cruiser got badly damaged. They could then obviously repair them there, as opposed to having to send a badly damaged ship hundreds, if not thousands of miles further back to either India or Alexandria or Australia or Gibraltar or Malta or something like that. Now, as a big fleet base, assuming that it had been developed the way the Admiralty wanted, it would have been seen as obviously a big base for the Royal Navy, but also a potential fallback position for the US fleet. The Asiatic fleet, if the Philippines were taken, which of course the Philippines were, but Singapore fell pretty much almost immediately thereafter, so it didn't really make much odds. But in pre-war planning, it was accepted that the Philippines, being much closer and within the demilitarized zone, would be more vulnerable to Japanese attack, and it was thought that maybe everyone could fall back on Singapore to counterattack. By the time of the war, it was clear that those plans were a little bit ambitious, but it was still felt that maybe this could happen. Singapore's facilities weren't up to the spec the Royal Navy wanted them to be, but at the same time, they realised that if the Philippines did fall, it wasn't exactly like the entire Asiatic fleet was going to make it back. There would be a significant degree of losses, so perhaps the smaller available facilities didn't matter quite as much. And in terms of how its fall affected British morale, it was a fair blow. The main thing about the blow wasn't so much that Singapore fell, but that it fell so quickly. It was anticipated in pre-war assessments and in the immediate assessments of wartime that probably Singapore could not be held because, again, of its lack of complete fortification the way the Admiralty had wanted to. They reckoned they could hold it against most reasonable attacks, but the long and the short of the Admiralty evaluations was, if the Japanese get really serious about it, we're not going to hold it long term, especially after the loss of Force Z. But it was hoped that it could hold out for a decent long while, force the Japanese to expend a lot of resources, and that a good number of your own resources could be extracted. Not quite Dunkirk style, but they were hoping to be able to evacuate a reasonable amount of stuff if it became clear that Singapore was going to go. The main blow to British morale was that assessment wasn't unrealistic, but Singapore ended up falling so quickly anyway, with the commensurate loss of so many troops and aircraft and other things. And it took them a little bit of a while to recover from that, because it effectively meant that most of the pre-war strategies that had been envisaged went out the window, and between the fall of Singapore and various other reverses, it meant that the British contribution to the Pacific Theater could mostly be summed up as a holding action. They had to deny the Japanese control of the Indian Ocean, and they had to stop the Japanese getting into India. Now, to be fair, that's not exactly a small undertaking. Okay, the Japanese Navy had more important things to worry about than the Indian Ocean by the end of 1942, but the fact that Somerville managed to preserve most of the Eastern Fleet during the Indian Ocean raid was a reasonable accomplishment, and it shouldn't be understated just how many Japanese troops and aircraft ended up being thrown into the Burma campaign, and the attendant supply ships, etc., that were needed to take stuff to them. Without that campaign, there would have been a lot more Japanese aircraft and a lot more men available for other deployments and supply ships as well. So whilst you can't say that necessarily Burma tied down enough men to win the war, it certainly could have made the rest of the Pacific campaign a lot nastier if that campaign hadn't been going on, and if men of both the British Army and the British Indian Army and the various other Commonwealth armies weren't fighting and dying there to hold the Japanese back. 22NF2 asks, in terms of tonnage sunk, which carrier-based aircraft was the most effective in the Pacific Theater of World War II? And going by tonnage that was not sunk, which carrier-based aircraft of the Pacific Theater had the most overinflated reputation compared to its actual effectiveness, or more accurately, uselessness? It's something that's very difficult to quantify, to be perfectly honest. Instinct would say the Dauntless, because it's the one that has the longest operational career and obviously scores quite a lot of important heavyweight victories in the early part of the war. But the replacement for the Dauntless, at least notionally the Helldiver, has also been widely credited as the most tonnage sunk in the Pacific Theater in World War II, although it is somewhat difficult to quantify that, because some sites and some books as well will say it's the most tonnage sunk, others will say it sunk the most ships, and those are two very different things, especially when you take into account the environment in which the Dauntless and the Helldiver were operating. The Dauntless, for the most part, was going after big merchant ships and a lot of Japanese warships, i.e. things that are going to displace more than 1,000 tons apiece, whereas the Helldiver, whilst it was still going after those targets, was also operating largely in a time period when the US Navy was raiding the Japanese coast, and a lot of small coastal craft were being sunk, things that displaced a few dozen to a few hundred tons. And working out exactly which ones of those were actually sunk and what their tonnage was, etc., is very difficult, and that makes a huge impact, because whilst, if a Dauntless puts a Akagi down, it's going to take a lot of sampans to make up one Akagi. There are a lot of sampans, and a lot of them got sunk, but unlike the bigger merchant ships, they're not on official insurance registers and stuff, so it's much harder to work out which ones were sunk, which ones were damaged, which ones were hit, patched up, maybe hit again, patched up again before finally being sunk, and was that claimed as 3 kills, or should it, when perhaps that particular vessel should only be claimed as 1, and so on and so forth. And that's before you get into, the efforts of, say, B-29s dropping mines, and Avengers dropping mines, and, well, a lot of US aircraft dropping mines. And therein lies the problem, because an awful lot of Japanese ships towards the end of the war were sunk by mines, But how do you tell which aircraft type should be credited with them? You know, sometimes, yeah, okay, if there's only a B-29 mining raid on a particular harbour and a bunch of ships blow up on the mines there, then obviously the B-29 gets that. But if there's a fairly well-known Japanese shipping lane, and maybe there's a B-29 mining raid there one week, and Avengers go in and drop some mines the next week, and some subs go in and put some mines in there the week after that, and then in the fourth week a bunch of Japanese ships come through and half a dozen sink to mines, well, who gets the credit for which? So I think I think that it's not possible to quantify accurately which aircraft gets the most tonnage. I mean, for carrier-based aircraft, it's almost certainly going to be a tie between the Dauntless and the Helldiver. The Dauntless, I would personally feel, deserves the title, because in terms of effective tonnage sunk, i.e. warships and big merchant ships, it's probably got the edge. But in terms of overall tonnage sunk, just because of the sheer number of Japanese ships that were sunk towards the end of the war, I could well see the Helldiver taking the numerical title, especially because it's not just the small stuff. You've also got, you know, a lot of the larger surviving Japanese ships like Issei, Hyuga, Nagato, the various Unryus, etc., sitting in harbour. They're not exactly effective threats the way that Akagi or Kaga were earlier in the war, but a bunch of them did end up on the bottom thanks to Helldiver raids, amongst other things. Rebel Squirrel asks, Rear Admiral William Moffat is generally regarded as the man most responsible for promoting naval aviation for the US Navy in the interwar period. Who would have been his contemporary equivalents in the Royal Navy and Japanese Navy, and what influence did they have on their respective naval aviation programs? Well, in the Japanese Navy, Admiral Yamamoto is usually credited for advancing the interests of the Japanese aircraft carriers, which would obviously eventually form the Kido Butai, in part because a lot of his interwar career was actually spent commanding carriers, so he got to recognise the utility of them and then obviously promote their interests as he went up higher in the ranks. And Japan obviously had a lot of operational carrier experience going into the war, thanks to the prolonged war with China that they'd been running through a lot of the 1930s. When it comes to naval aviation in the Royal Navy, it's a much more difficult thing because, of course, the Fleet Air Arm was under the control of the RAF for most of the interwar period. So there wasn't an opportunity for someone like Moffat, or indeed Admiral King or Admiral Yamamoto, to arise in the Royal Navy in quite the same way that they could in the Japanese or US navies. At that point, you kind of have to look more at just who was particularly fond of advocating the use of carriers, or who had a very strong influence on carrier design, because, as I say, the Admiralty had much less of an influence on the actual carrier aircraft that they got. At which point, you might, for example, look at someone like Chatfield, who was instrumental in getting the subsequent successors to the Ark Royal designed as armoured carriers, as opposed to Ark Royal's more open, higher capacity aircraft carrying style. Now, obviously, that engenders the whole debate of, you know, armoured flight decks versus unarmoured flight decks, etc., when it comes to aircraft carriers. But I guess the short version would be to say that at least Chatfield's carriers survived. Yes, they took a pounding. Maybe they might not have taken quite such a pounding if they had a larger air group, although given the strike groups that were coming in on them and comparable contemporary situations in the Pacific, I think they still would have gotten through, regardless of the air group size. But nonetheless, you know, no illustrious class was lost, whereas, well, the US pre-war carrier fleet was down to Saratoga and Enterprise by the end of the war. Almost all of it, not all, but almost all of it down to air attack, whereas the pre-war British carrier fleet didn't actually lose any aircraft carriers to air attack. Ark Royal and Courageous were sunk by submarines, and Glorious was sunk by surface combat. I mean, okay, granted, Hermes was sunk by Japanese aircraft, as was obviously Langley in her seaplane contender configuration, but I don't think she could be considered a serious fleet carrier contender by that point. Ferris asks, given the US and Royal Navies found particular advantages with light cruisers, particularly the Brooklyn and Town class, would the Imperial Japanese Navy have been better served keeping the Mogamis as 6-inch cruisers? And if so, would this mean that we would see the Yamato's secondary batteries be kitted out with twin 8-inch turrets instead? I mean, there's a hypothetical argument for keeping the Mogamis as 666s, but given that their only really major contribution to surface actions was trouncing ABDA command, and in that action having the extra long range of the 8-inch guns combined with the extra long range of the long lances, were then sort of key factors to how influential and how decisive that victory was. It's probably for the best that they, at least for the Japanese Navy, that they had the twin 8-inch. You can make an argument that in certain engagements they would have been better off with the 666s. For example, at Leyte Gulf, the ability to just fire more 6-inch shells faster might have allowed them to do more damage to Taffy 3 than the slower twin 8s. But, does one battle where they might have been better off with 666s balance out another battle where they actually were better off with twin 8s? Who knows? I mean, if they'd ended up fighting in considerably more surface actions, close range melee surface actions, where their performance could have been improved by having faster firing 6-inch guns, then there would be more of an argument. But otherwise, it's just mostly a hypothetical with a few examples at either end that sort of balance everything out. But even assuming that they did keep the 666s, would that have meant Yamato secondaries being kitted out with twin 8s? No, because the Mogamis were only transitioned over to twin 8s starting at the very end of the 1930s, whereas the Yamato's initial design sketches, when they were still looking at options, which were 3 or 4 years earlier than that, were already saying, we're going to have 6.6-inch guns, or 155mm technically, as our secondary battery. So if the Mogamis hadn't been transformed, then I'm pretty sure they would have just built some other 6.6-inch turrets, because they had those in place long before they knew exactly when they were going to transform the Mogamis into heavy cruisers. Peaceful Conquest asks, in 1883 there was a Fenian plot to plant a dynamite time bomb on the hull of HMS Canada, a Comus-class corvette, whilst it was in Halifax Harbour. If the plotters hadn't been caught before making their attempt and had successfully planted their bomb, how likely is it that they would have sunk Canada? And how likely is it they would have succeeded in its primary goal of killing the midshipman who was otherwise destined to go on to become King George V? I think a lot of it would have depended on exactly where they planted the bomb, because the charge sounds a lot. I mean, 100 pounds of dynamite, let's be clear, is a lot of explosive. It's not something you want to be near when it goes off, but on the scale of naval mines, it's actually not that much. The very earliest mines, the ones used in the Crimean War, had 31-pound charges. Admittedly, it was a powder and then later gun cotton charges, so not quite as powerful as dynamite, but an 800-ton survey vessel got hit by one and went, wonder what that was. The very earliest naval mines that were deployed in the World War I period, which tended to not be tremendously effective, tended to have 200 to 250 pound charges, and the charge weight of mines only went up from there. So 100 pound charge is kind of halfway between the sub 1,000 ton survey ship wonders what the annoying bang was and possibly marginally effective. The flip side to that is that Canada, being a Comus-class corvette, is 2,200, 2,400 tons. So she's about 3 times the displacement of the Merlin, which you might think, well, 3 times the displacement, I'll be able to withstand 3 times the charge. Well, it's 3 times the weight, roughly, but as I said, it's dynamite, not powder or gun cotton. So it probably would have done some damage, but as I said, it's probably not enough to just outright sink it, even though obviously being ironclad era corvette, the Canada doesn't exactly have anti-torpedo defences going on. But what it does have across a bunch of its length as part of its protective system is deep coal bunkers. So I suspect if they had planted the bomb somewhere roughly amidships, give or take sort of the mid 50 to 60% of the ship's length, you would have blown a hole in the side, and the ship would have taken on a list because it would have been flooding, but you would have basically blown a hole open into the coal bunker. The coal would probably have absorbed most of the shock. Maybe there might be a little bit of flooding out of the coal scuttles, but nothing impossible to deal with. At which point the plot's not going to be particularly successful. Was like, well done, you managed to damage a ship. I guess it goes into dry dock, and I don't think anyone would have died unless a rivet popped or something and went shattering around inside the engine spaces. But fore and aft of that area, where the ship narrows, is also where the shells and the charges are kept. So potentially a 100-pound charge in that area, if placed in the right location, might be enough to get an explosion into the magazines, which might then either cause the ship to burn or explode. At which point, obviously, then it is going to be fairly successful, because if the magazine explodes, a lot of people on the ship are going to be dead. If you really want to take out the midshipman on a ship like that, you'll probably want to go down and aim for the aft magazine. But you'd have to be very lucky to pull that off. So I think if they had successfully planted the bomb, period, then chances are statistically that it wouldn't have done all that much other than annoy everybody. But there is an outside chance they might have succeeded rather spectacularly. Sworn brother of the Ballistic Order of St. John Moses Browning asks, what would daily life be like on a galley? We have a popular image of slaves or prisoners manning the oars, but is that accurate? Would the oarsmen be pulling the sweeps all day, just for specific manoeuvres? And what kind of berthing or mess accommodations would they have? Would they have other duties on the ship besides just rowing? And how much would this change over time? The basic answer is yes. Because the galley as a naval fighting machine exists over a period of several thousand years, if you go all the way back to triremes, and thus conditions vary, and who is subject to those conditions vary immensely, both depending on the nation and depending on the time, as so many things do when it comes to long-term naval matters. So on some galleys or rowed warships in some nations at some periods, yes, it would be slaves. They would be chained in place, and they would eat, sleep, live, pretty much everything at their post. They might get a little bit of exercise, be brought up onto the deck for a few things, but broadly speaking, you occupied a few square feet, and that was where you stayed. The flip side of that was that most of those kinds of expeditions were not particularly long-term ones. So a galley might be set out one day and might be at sea that day. It might be at sea for a few days, but it would rarely be at sea longer than a week. And then you'd be back on shore, whether that be returning to shore at the place that you left, or if you are on a long-term expedition, you might put into a friendly port, or indeed back in the age of triremes and other lighter galley types, you might even just go ashore for the night. And they're not exactly self-sustaining long-range warships. There's a very high manpower to volume ratio on them. But equally, especially in the time of triremes, but also all through the other galley periods, the rowers might well be volunteers, and actually well-paid volunteers because of the nature of the physical labour involved. And in other time periods, they might just be regular crew. So you can have everything from, as I say, slaves chained in place to elite volunteers to it's just another part, if a somewhat strenuous part, of general naval service, and everything in between. So you really have to, if you want to work out what life on a galley was like, you have to look at whose galley is it and what time period you're in. In terms of would they be rowing all day? No, not normally. Normally, pretty much any galley would be using its sails. Rowing would be for battle, It would be if you needed to get somewhere fast and the wind was against you or there wasn't any wind. And it would be for close-in manoeuvres inshore, coming into harbour, that kind of thing. But, there are physical limits to human endurance. There's no point in expending the stamina of your galley rowers when you don't need to, considering that you might then need to call on their services for an actual urgent purpose at any point. And your accommodation and food would vary depending on your status. So slaves wouldn't get, particularly brilliant food, but considering the very physical nature of the work, you would still have to give them a reasonable amount of it, because there's no point in having several dozen or several hundred slaves changed in your galley and then feeding them nothing, because then they won't be able to row, which is the entire point of having them there. Obviously, if you're in a period where galley rowers are highly trained volunteers, then you're going to be getting much better food, and you're going to be allowed to move around the ship a lot more. For what it's worth, galleys are never exactly, as I say, particularly voluminous spaces, but you will at least be able to go up on deck if there is an on deck to go up to, and just walk around a bit, etc. And equally, the higher value the nation at that time is placing on its galley rowers, the more freedom they have, and therefore the more roles they're going to have in circumstances other than rowing. So, obviously for galley slaves, you might well be chained to your bench, whatever happens, whereas if you have volunteer galley rowers, they're fairly big, strong guys anyway, so in battle, you might row into battle, but once you've got yourself nice and stuck alongside or into an enemy ship, they will very well put their oars down, pick up a sword, axe, club, or some other form of melee weapon and join in the fighting. Because, much like an English longbowman on land, if you've developed those arm and shoulder muscles, you may not have the finesse and skill of a career soldier, but you can hit someone really freaking hard. SPR Ninja asks, having now followed the channel for some time, I found that you've ruined me for mainstream normal naval history content. The other day I was watching a documentary that mentioned Richelieu and showed a picture of what appeared to be a light cruiser. I also remember a documentary on Bismarck that called Prince Eugen a battle cruiser. Oh boy. What are some moments in documentaries or movies that stand out in your mind as just so terrible you can't unsee them? Flipside, what are some movies or documentaries that stand out as superlative in their accuracy or quality? Well, there are so many. Take a look at this one, for example. Midway, if when I've sorted out the legal issues with the U571 video and I'm able to actually publish the extensive review that me, Military Aviation History, and Justin did on Midway, then obviously this will be covered in more detail. But just look at this. Count the Yamatos. Five Yamatos to escort one Japanese carrier at Midway. Okay. Sure, let's go for that. And it's not like they didn't have a Congo model. They did. The Mighty Morphin Power Congo makes regular appearances in the Midway movie, including periods when, destroyer turns into one, and then back into a destroyer again, and so on and so forth. That's just... But the reason the Midway movie is very much a love-hate thing, there are some bits that show they clearly were listening to their historical advisors at points, So the bomb impacts on the Japanese carriers and the Japanese carrier models themselves, absolutely perfect, spot on. The fact that Kaga appears to be a second-hand extra from Battlestar Galactica with its anti-aircraft batteries, not so good. This scene, not so good. Let's say the transforming Congo, also not so good. It shows the potential in places to be a really good, accurate movie, and then throws it all away with other bits where they just flat out don't appear to be paying the blindest bit of attention, especially considering that for a multi-million-dollar movie with a huge budget, they apparently couldn't be bothered to get more than 4 or 5 CGI models for each navy. With every single US carrier being a Yorktown class, every single US cruiser being apparently a Northampton, and the Japanese cruisers apparently all being Tonnages, all the battleships being either Yamatos or Congos, etc. The Japanese destroyers, for some bizarre reason, having bow-mounted quadruple torpedo tubes. Yeah. The list goes on. And then you've got the U-571 stuff, which, yeah, like sending an S-class sub underwater to go and acquire a German U-boat that's in the mid-Atlantic, when given the rate of drift that they state at the beginning of the movie, by the time that boat gets to the German U-boat, it probably will be almost back in France. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that you just hang your head and go, why? And also, welding a wooden deck, because that always works. You know what's really weird, though? A lot of the time, some of the best historical accuracy, and you could even say the superlative historical accuracy, comes from movies that aren't actually trying to represent periods of history as they actually happened or close to. For example, and I know this is going to sound very strange, but the recent Kingsman movie, obviously completely off the wall, quite actually a fun movie, I quite liked it, set in World War One. But the attention to historical detail, where the plot intersects with historical events, is fascinatingly spot on. The Zimmermann telegram, I mean, yes, they play around with exactly how they discover it, but the existence of it at all, the sinking of HMS Hampshire, they actually had a CGI model that, as soon as I saw it, before they said anything, I went, oh, that's HMS Hampshire. Where it intersects with historical reality, they're incredibly good at it, which is bizarre for a film that is obviously not in any way, shape or form actually based on historical realism. Paul Goyne asks, in the histories of a number of 20th century battleships, we read that larger guns than what were eventually fitted were considered during the design stage, but then the Navy in question realised that they didn't have a 15-inch gun design, or they decided it would take too long to design a new 16-inch gun. This makes me wonder what exactly is involved in designing a large naval gun, and why apparently you can't just scale up the drawings from your 14-inch gun by 14.3% to get a 16-inch gun. There are a number of different factors, but a lot of it comes down to that pesky square cube law interfering again, and I know I go on about it a lot, but it is a massive factor in any kind of engineering, but especially naval engineering. So yes, you could in theory scale up all your dimensions by 14.3% to go from 14-inch to 16-inch. The problem is then what you'll probably end up with is a gun that, depending on how you built your 14-inch gun in the first place, may be too weak or possibly too strong and too heavy. I mean, a gun can be too strong, but overly strong and therefore too heavy for its new 16-inch size. And this is also a factor when it comes to the breech and the chamber, because if you're increasing the linear dimensions of the shell, then obviously its mass is going to go up significantly more by a cube, but the bursting charge that you choose to put in is going to have a different ratio compared to the weight of the shell as compared to the smaller gun. Therefore, with a slightly different density, it's going to require a different balance of explosive power, and simply scaling the chamber up might end up with either a unsafe amount of explosive in the chamber, or perhaps a shell that goes too quickly, or maybe a shell that goes too slowly, again depending on what your original design was. And to illustrate how these changes can be quite varied, so if you look at, say, the upgraded 14-inch guns on a Tennessee class battleship, so that's a 14-inch gun, and you compare them with two 16-inch guns, one from the Iowa and one from the Colorado. So just using a few measures, not all of them, but as you say, 14 to 16-inch linearly is a 14.3% increase. But if you compare the Tennessee's chamber volume, i.e. how much volume there is in the chamber of the gun at the breech, the ratio from the Tennessee's 14-inch gun to the Iowa's 16-inch gun, they're both 50 caliber weapons, is effectively a 59% increase in chamber volume, but the propellant charge has only increased by 57%, whilst the ratio of explosive to shell weight, i.e. how dense the shell is, has only gone up by just a fraction under 1%. So the Tennessee's 14-inch shell is slightly less dense per pound than the Iowa's super heavy shell, but there's an almost 60% increase in chamber volume and propellant charge, but those changes are not the same as each other. And if you say, well, Drac, that's 2 decades worth of technological advances, wouldn't it be fair to compare the Tennessee's 14-inch guns to the Colorado 16-inch gun, since that's the direct successor, even though it's a 45 caliber 16-inch gun versus a 50 caliber 14-inch gun? Okay, fine. Chamber volume between the Tennessees and the Colorados goes up by 38.5%. Density now of shell now has gone up by 2%, and the propellant, the amount of propellant in the charge has gone up by 29.7%. So these figures are actually even more at variance with each other. So all of these things, working out the actual safe increases in chamber volume, propellant charge, relative to the new density of the shell, weight, thickness of the wall, etc., all of this kind of stuff, it all is completely different compared to an even slightly smaller gun. So that's basically why it takes so long to design, because although it might look in theory like you can easily scale things up, in practice most of the time you're pretty much starting from scratch, which is why largely basing the 15-inch 42 off of the 13.5-inch 45 was such a massive risk. It just happened to be the one time pretty much that it paid off. A Salty Potato asks, open bridges versus enclosed covered bridges. What made one choice better than the other, and why did the Royal Navy almost exclusively use open bridges on their ships, considering they'd be spending most of their time in the North Atlantic, which would be very cold and stormy? Well, I'll return to this bit of footage again. So this is taken on HMS Cavalier at Chatham Dockyard, and hopefully you'll see the single biggest issue between the two is visibility. And visibility in a pre-radar era, and even in an era with early radar, is hugely important. You can see here that even with this relatively light weather cover on the bridge, the amount that you can actually see is pretty minimal from a central position. And then as I head towards the edge of the bridge, and even with the limited field of view of a camera as opposed to the human eyeball, you can immediately see that coming out to the edge of that, which is now effectively an open bridge lookout, I can see so much more compared to what I could with just the cover in place. And obviously in an enclosed bridge you've also got window frames and such getting in the way, and there's also the window panels are not going to be as big as the gap between the weather cover and the bridge railing that there is on Cavalier here. And that's pretty much why the British liked the open bridges. It was for visibility. It was held you could better command a ship if you could see what was going on, and if you had to endure some discomfort because of the weather, then so be it. It was kind of the ultimate extension of the reason why they also didn't use conning towers, because conning towers had more restrictions in visibility than a closed bridge, and a closed bridge had more restrictions in visibility than an open bridge. And there was the slight added advantage of, on an open bridge, unless you were directly hit by a shell, you should be okay, whereas on an enclosed bridge or conning tower that wasn't so much the case. The Rogue Chief asks, in refits and modernizations, how exactly are the larger pieces of machinery physically removed from the lower parts of the ship? Do designers usually build in methods of getting them out whilst removing minimal parts of the ship's internal structure, or do you just have to accept you'll be gutting half the ship? Now, I am using a photo of a ship under construction to illustrate the point, mainly because I can't find any photos of ships actually being modernised and refitted. I know I've seen them in the past, but I think they're probably in one or two of the more obscure books I've got upstairs. In any case, when you are physically removing and replacing large sections of machinery like entire turbines or boilers, that's usually in the case of modernizations, and when that happens, you tend to actually, if you do see those pictures, you tend to actually see ships reduced almost down to this level. The main armament will have gone, usually most if not all of the superstructure will have gone, and quite often large sections of the upper decks will have gone as well, especially when you're using the opportunity to upgrade deck armor and such like, because of course the armor decks are significantly further down than the upper decks. So you are pretty much gutting the ship anyway, so you can replace things in the event of some massive casualty aboard. So, a boiler exploding and failing, or a turbine stripping itself and wrecking itself. There are, on a lot of battleships, there are actually sections of the ship that are designed to allow the passage of this machinery. In many cases, it's the section that was allowing the lowering of the machinery into the lower parts of the ship in the first place. So you can cut into that to extract the stuff. And it's not so much that you have to do it to extract the things, because in theory, if something's broken, you could just cut it up into small pieces and lift it out. It's more the fact that if you're lifting it out, you're also going to have to replace it, and whatever replaces it is probably going to have to go in whole, or in a decent part whole. So you'd have to cut open those sections of the hull which were designed, or the decking rather, which were designed to accommodate that, or come up with some other system. In theory, some systems you might be able to take down smaller hatchways in bits and assemble, but that's not always going to be the case. There are accounts at one point of actually removing the armor grating on a funnel and then dropping a fairly large bit of propulsive machinery down the funnel trunking. But of course that only works if your trunking either leads directly down into the machinery spaces, or the lower trunking can be removed or modified to allow that. If you have very, very sloped trunking, that's not even going to work either. So yeah, effectively, if you are going to be removing and replacing a large piece of propulsive machinery, you're going to have to accept you're going to be cutting a fairly large hole in the ship in order to get it in and out, if you're doing a whole-scale replacement. Fireteam Joker asks, when was the last time a Navy used a dummy fleet to throw off the enemy? Well, in the context of this channel finishing its coverage in 1950, all the time, right up into World War II. For example, take a look at this photo, which is one I have shown, I think, before. This is Scapa Flow in World War II, and at a quick glance you might think, yes, 2 battleships, probably Revenge class, and an aircraft carrier. There are 0 actual warships in this photo. They're all dummies. They're all mock-ups, specifically designed to fool the Germans. And these ones are made out of civilian ships, merchant ships, which, if you take a slightly closer glance, especially at the one closest to you, you can see the hull shape's not quite right for a battleship. But there was also a case of an older battleship, I think it was Centurion, which was dressed up to look like Anson. So it was an old World War I battleship hull, effectively dressed up to look like a World War II battleship. And given the number of bombs that were thrown at the dummies, they apparently seemed to have a semi-decent effect at fooling the Germans. John McCarthy asks, in World War II action photos, British seamen are almost always shown wearing anti-flash gear on their heads and hands, but American sailors do not seem to adopt these measures. Is this an accurate impression, and if so, why the difference? There's a couple of reasons, one of which is climate. The British Navy obviously operating, generally speaking, Mediterranean aside, in somewhat colder environments on average than the US Navy. Or more specifically, perhaps you could look at it the other way around, the US Navy is operating in some very, very warm environments. And whilst wearing anti-flash gear on the North Atlantic or the Arctic, well, it's good practice, but also might help keep you a little bit warmer, putting on some quite all-covering anti-flash gear in the Western Pacific at the height of summer is a good way to get yourself heat stroke. And so the US sailors tended not to wear it, even though a form of anti-flash gear was available to them in theory. The other thing was that, partially because of the fact the US Navy at the time tended to operate in slightly warmer climes, they also had a anti-flash cream that they were supposed to apply, which in theory was supposed to take the place of anti-flash clothing, which it was hoped would protect them without having to have, all the hot and bothersome white material stacked over them, which, it had some effect. It was better than nothing, but from the accounts of sailors at the time, it doesn't seem to have been at all popular, and they mostly just decided to not wear anything at all and hope that they weren't going to get hit, which sometimes worked out, sometimes really, really didn't. So yeah, if you do see photos of US personnel wearing anti-flash gear, you'll tend to find it's when US ships were on the Arctic convoy routes and things like that. And equally speaking, you'll find quite a few photos of the Royal Navy when it's operating in the Indian Ocean or the Pacific, where there'll be relatively few bits of anti-flash gear available and seen, albeit that the Royal Navy does seem to have been much more of a stickler for it, because there are photos of deck crew operating on carriers in the middle of the Pacific in 1944 and 45, whilst also wearing full anti-flash protection, which they're probably grateful for when the kamikazes came in. Colin Ware asks, I have a question about minesweeping operations in advance of invasions. I've always wondered why these activities did not warn the defenders that things were about to get hot. Unless I'm mistaken, swept mines were exploded, which would have created a lot of noise. So how was this task accomplished stealthily? There were a few ways you could do this. The simplest one was simply not to minesweep the area until literally just before. So maybe go in and minesweep the area the night before your invasion. Because, well, yes, the explosions might inform your opponent that something's going on, but one, then at night they can't necessarily tell it what it is, and B, even if they can tell what it is, there's not a precious lot they can do about it in the few hours before your massive invasion force shows up. Another option is just, you do the minesweeping, and that's just a thing that happens because the enemy already knows the invasion is coming anyway. So let's say for something like operations off various Japanese held islands, you'd have shore bombardment, air attacks, etc., etc. So the Japanese were pretty clued in that this was a thing that was about to happen without you having to worry about, whether or not the minesweeping efforts particularly were a giveaway. You could also do multiple minesweeping operations in different areas. So your opponent knew you were doing minesweeping off their coast, but where you were going to land, if you swept 3 or 4 different areas at once, was a bit of an open question. And, of course, the other thing you could do, which was often done in combination with some of the above, is only sweep a small part of the minefield. So if you knew that the enemies had put a minefield across the entire Normandy coast, for example, for D-Day, then you sweep specific channels and you mark those channels, and then your ships go down those swept channels, which is a lot quicker, a lot easier, and will involve far less signs of giving anything away. So throw in a combination of all of the above or some of the above, and you get the ability to do minesweeping either without necessarily giving away your position, or only giving it away at a point where your opponent really can't do anything with that information other than brace. The almighty Hypnotoad, Lord High Commander of Newfoundland, Labrador and the Grand Banks, asks, the Hawkins-class cruiser HMS Raleigh grounded itself near l'Anse-à-Mort, Newfoundland, on August 8, 1922, and was later demolished in place, with her captain and navigator severely reprimanded to the point where they elected for retirement. Do you think it was correct to reprimand the captain and navigator so severely, and was there any way to get Raleigh refloated and back into service? In terms of getting Raleigh refloated and back in service, no, it was not possible. Although she went aground relatively gently, with the wind and the waves pounding her into the rocks, it was pretty clear within 24 hours of her going aground that there was no way she was ever going to go back in service. She had a massive rent across the hull and numerous smaller gashes in the hull from being pounded into the rocks, and in that first 24 hours there was no ship able to take her off, and she'd gotten stuck quite fast. So once she'd gone around, that was basically it for her. You wouldn't even if you'd had a floating dry dock just offshore, she probably wouldn't have stayed afloat long enough to get her into one of those. So yeah, you're not getting her back in service. As far as whether it was correct to reprimand the captain and navigator so severely for the loss of the ship, I mean, they were responsible for the loss of the ship. They navigated the ship into rocks, which isn't brilliant. Yes, they were in fog, and yes, they had actually reduced their speed quite a bit, so they weren't, charging through the fog. But at the same time, the main defence offered was that, well, if the charts had been exactly accurate, the ship wouldn't have run aground, to which having not read the full text of the court-martial, I suspect most of the reasoning against that particular line of argument would have been, well, if you're in fog and you'd seen an iceberg already, which they had, then perhaps you should have ensured that you steered well clear of any potential errors where you could go around, rather than just going, oh, well, it's over there, we should be fine, and going relatively nearby it. Either that, or, make sure that you have accurate charts might also help. So I think on the face of it, it does seem a little bit harsh that they got such a severe punishment. But on the other hand, it wasn't like there weren't steps that either captain or the navigator could have taken beforehand or during the event to ensure that it didn't happen. So combined with the fact that Raleigh was at that point pretty much a brand new ship, it was fairly inevitable they were going to get quite a strong dressing down. Sinar asks, how did shipbuilders learn from each other during the Age of Sail? I know the importance of models. Were these duplicated or sold, or were designs licensed? It depends. Sometimes there might be an exchange of models if there was a particularly friendly set of relations between two countries. You might also have what would the term be? A mutually beneficial apprenticeship program, effectively where one shipyard might send an apprentice over to another shipyard, and that shipyard might send their own apprentice to the first shipyard, and they could learn from each other. Sometimes even shipwrights, fully qualified shipwrights, would go and visit other shipyards if conditions were favourable to learn how somebody else did things. And then, of course, during wartime, if ships were captured, quite often, if they wanted to learn something about its performance, or if they wanted to duplicate it, it would be taken into a yard where lines would be taken, the ship would be examined top to bottom, and often a study model would be made. So that was perhaps a little bit more of a hostile way of learning about what your other colleagues in other shipyards in other nations might be doing, but it was still a method. So yeah, there are all sorts of ways and means in the era before, blueprints and plans and such like. Plus, of course, there were meetings and societies and correspondence that went on in the background, although again, when war interfered, that was less possible. Clayton Bradish asks, this may have been discussed before, but I heard that the French came up with an odd way of comparison for naval combat, for like ship versus like ship. The true odds then supposedly being to square the number of like ships and then compare the total for odds in an engagement. Is this more or less correct? Now, I can't remember where, but I do recall reading something along those lines, and I think it is actually a fairly decent way of approximating your odds, assuming that all ships are like for like that you're comparing. And the reason for that is that having the advantage of an extra ship, i.e. basically in most cases a ship that's going to go unengaged and a ship that's bringing more firepower to the fight, is proportionally a much, much greater advantage than a simple numerical comparison would show. But also the overall advantage does actually decrease, for obviously as the numbers go up. So for example, if you have 4 ships versus 3, then you square both, so it's now 16 versus 9 as the odds. If you divide through 16 by 9, you find that actually therefore the side with 4 ships has roughly a 70% advantage over the side with 3. So a fairly hefty advantage. Okay, great. So that's, 70% greater chance of winning. Yeah, I'd agree with that. 4 ships versus 3, that sounds about right. Whereas if you compare, say, 26 ships versus 25, square both and then divide the larger one by the smaller one, you discover that advantage of having the 26th ship is much, much smaller. It only gives you about an 8% extra chance of victory, which again, I would agree, yeah, having an extra ship, an unengaged vessel, does improve things, but the odds of that winning you the fight when you have 25 other separate engagements that you could potentially play out on, one of those could go better for the side that's slightly outnumbered. Yeah, that works out as well. So as a general rule of thumb, yes, definitely, I'd say squaring the number of like ships on both sides and then comparing them proportionally is a pretty valid way of figuring out who should win, obviously depending on it being like for like ships. Gregory Albert asks, it seems like some ships fired at least one of their guns one final time before they sank. Was this mere coincidence, or was it the ship saying goodbye to her crew before she sank? It can be attributed to a number of things depending on the era that the ship is sinking in. So in Age of Sail engagements, for example, it's unlikely to be the crew, but it could be that, say, if the guns were loaded, or some of them were loaded before everybody abandoned the gun decks, if the ship's on fire, which is a common reason for ships sinking in the Age of Sail, especially in battle, then the fire may have reached the guns and then obviously caused the guns to fire off as the ship goes down. This kind of feature was actually exploited with fire ships, where the guns were triggered by the fire to add some extra menace to their approach. Then when you get to the later period, so the era of iron and then steel, and things like HMS Hood sinking, there's a few options. For World War I and some World War II sinkings, it's probably, sadly, most likely that either the gun crews were trapped in their gun positions, or they, for some other reason, didn't really feel that it was worth trying to escape, or they couldn't escape, and they were just going out with one last blaze of glory, one last defiant gesture to the enemy. As you get into World War II and thereafter, there is also at that point electrically fired guns. I mean, there was electrical central firing going back a lot further, but obviously the system becomes more and more automated. So I suppose even during World War I, but certainly in World War II, there would be cases potentially where guns could be loaded, and thanks to a mixture of battle damage and flooding, some form of electrical short circuit might have occurred, where even though the guns are abandoned, if they were abandoned in a loaded state, they might therefore have been fired, although it's somewhat unlikely. So, yeah, there's a variety of different reasons, but at least one or two of them are fairly tragic. Joel Mullen asks, what sort of impact did the Acacia class have on minesweeping in the Dardanelles upon arrival, compared to the preceding motley selection of trawlers, etc., especially considering the trawlers' difficulty with currents in the strait and being able to manage time on station, etc.? Unfortunately, the four that arrived on station to help out weren't able to really do all that much to affect the outcome, mainly because they were launched and commissioned in sort of spring 1915, whilst pretty much they were in the process of being launched, whilst the main effort to break through the minefields in the Dardanelles was ongoing. Then the attempt to push through navally was cancelled as a result of the loss of quite a number of pre-dreadnought battleships, and the system switched over to the attacks at Gallipoli, which obviously ground on and on and on, but didn't go particularly well. The Acacia class minesweeping sloops that did show up were basically just a couple of months too late to influence that, and whilst thereafter they did provide useful service making sure that the approaches to Gallipoli were clear of mines, the Turks weren't particularly making any efforts to lay mines in that area, and no one was making any further attempts to get further up the Dardanelles and break through with battleships the way they had been before. As dedicated mine layers manned by naval professionals as opposed to civilians on trawlers, I suspect if the Acacias had been ready 3-4 months earlier and been able to take part in that initial, the main push up the line, they probably would have significantly affected the campaign, because they would have swept the mines in a lot more effective a manner, and probably also continued to sweep under fire to a certain degree, which the civilian manned trawlers refused to do. So yeah, unfortunately, their efforts were not quite successful enough or on time enough to make any major difference, but they were very useful whilst they were there, because it meant, apart from anything, the trawlers with the civilians who refused to do anything particularly dangerous could be sent away. Kra F1 asks, how much space would be required for a capital ship action to be considered open ocean, to where admirals weren't constrained by landmass? and how much territory could and did such battles during World War I and World War II cover? A lot of it depends on the speed of your ships and the time that the battle takes, because let's say you're fighting the battle at roughly 25 knots, for sake of argument, and it's not a brilliant figure, but let's go with it. Then if your action is going to take place and be done and dusted within an hour, let's say, then allowing for your typical coastal waters about 5 miles, then if you're 30 nautical miles away from the coast, you might as well treat it as open ocean, because by the time your battle's done, even if you were sailing right for the coast, you won't be close enough to be affected by the coastal shoals and rocks, etc. Under normal conditions, of course. If you are off a coast where there might be shoals and shallow water and rocks and things that extend much further out, then obviously commensurately that has to go, your battle has to be fought further out. Of course, if you're travelling at 30 knots, then you need a wider space. If you're travelling at 20 knots, you need less space for it to be considered an open ocean battle. Then you have to take into account the actual length of the combat, because if the combat lasts 3 or 4 hours or more, then obviously you could potentially travel a lot further distance, which means that obviously you need more space. For example, you could take a look at the map of Jutland, and you can see that between the initial action and when the battle is officially over, when Jellicoe breaks off to head home, the ships have travelled, well, they've actually travelled well over 120 miles, but in terms of linear distance, point A to point B, they've travelled about 120 miles. And so during that period, the Battle of Jutland is taking place not really constrained by land masses, but if it had continued for longer or been fought faster, then it would have started to be constrained by land masses. It was already constrained as it was by minefields, but that's another matter. And then, of course, you have the added complication of battles in or capital ship actions in World War II where you have aircraft involved, because, you know, you could have a capital ship fight where you've got scout aircraft, and those scout aircraft can extend the range. And, of course, if the carriers are supported by aircraft carriers as well, then the overall battle takes place over a much wider area. But, as I say, it mostly depends on the duration of the action. So, as we said, for example, Jutland covers 120 miles, whereas the Battle of the Denmark Strait, from the time of opening fire to the time that the action breaks off, covers a fraction of that, because although the ships are moving a bit faster than Jutland generally was, the battle is over a lot faster. Matt Osborne asks, in the Stan Rogers song The Nancy, what is the Moy on Lake St Clair? So I could only really find two indications of what it might be. One is that Moy, apparently, M-O-Y, is a New England term for placid, calm. So the Moy may, if the reference was in terms of someone from New England or that area at the time, may have referred to a quiet or placid anchorage, which, you know, might be logical for a ship to be stationed at before sailing. The alternative is this thing. So this is Moy Hall, and this was actually on the Detroit River, right at the entrance to Lake St Clair, and it was a fur trader's hall, quite a substantial building, for obvious reasons, at the water's edge. And it was built before the War of 1812, quite a bit before actually, and was still there during the War of 1812. So the other option would potentially be that the Moy is Moy Hall, which, you know, as a fairly large building capable of storing large amounts of goods, may well have been commandeered at the time for use as a stores and base station for a small ship like the Nancy. Andrew Dederer asks, what was the logic behind the Grand Fleet taking armoured cruiser squadrons to Jutland? They had all the issues of vulnerability that the battle cruisers had, without the speed to get out of trouble, or the firepower to make all that much difference. Were they some sort of outer ring for holding scouting or light cruisers out of visual range? I know the Admiral in charge of them had a bad rush of blood to his head, which accounted for defence and warrior being in a very bad place, but why were they even there? Essentially because the armoured cruiser, amongst its other roles, had been designed to take on and destroy with fairly contemptuous ease protected cruisers. And whilst first scouting groups battle cruisers were obviously a fairly major threat, logically you would think that having been assigned 10 ships, including 4 Queen Elizabeth class super dreadnoughts, BT might be able to take care of them. And in the event that that happened, the German scouting fleet screen would then be down to protected cruisers. The Germans didn't have that many armoured cruisers around, and it was relatively unlikely that they would have brought the ones that they had left. But if there were light, or what we would call light at the time, protected cruisers going around being now the scouting elements, an armoured cruiser was, or 2 or 4, was perfectly positioned to be able to take them out, because their armour would, like battle cruisers, be mostly proof against the protected cruisers' gunfire. They were just about fast enough to catch most protected cruisers, and if the protected cruisers ran away, well, they're not doing their scouting job. And 7.5 and 9.2 inch guns would make a real mess of any protected cruisers that they caught. So the armoured cruisers were mostly there as a defensive fleet screen to try and take out the enemy small cruisers, whilst the battle cruiser fleet dealt with the German battle cruisers. So there was a certain amount of logic for having them there, but they definitely should not be getting involved with tangling with enemy battle cruisers or enemy battleships, which is what Admiral Arbuthnot ended up taking his squadron to do, and obviously they suffered therefore for it. Tom Brigman asks, the Americans created an amazing class of amphibious vessels during World War II, LSTs, LSDs, LCIs, LCS, LCPP, SM, etc., etc. Did the Brits or any other Allied nation create any new amphibious craft in the same war? Yes, actually, there were quite a few. The British actually predated most of the US efforts with things like the motor landing craft, the mechanised landing craft, and the assault landing craft, all of which were later renamed to Landing Craft Assault, i.e. LCA, Landing Craft Mechanised Mark 1, LCM-1. The motor landing craft MLC they ran out of the ones that they had pretty early on, so that didn't get a renaming, but the others, the LCMs and the LCAs, were renamed to comply with the US naming conventions that had arisen by that point. So the British did have a number of different ones there already, and the LCAs actually were quite common. Then you had a number of the American craft initially were developed by, for the British as a result of British design specs, like the LCI, the Landing Craft Infantry, was basically a British attempt to get a larger vessel than the LCAs that you can see here. They passed that on to the Americans to try and build and develop one, and thus you got one. So yeah, there were quite a number of different amphibious assault craft developed either by or for the various Allied armies other than the US, and then obviously the US came in kind of mid-war with all their additional designs and the sub-variants thereof, which you then end up seeing a mix of both British and American designs on D-Day. Christopher Dent asks, I've seen / heard anecdotal evidence of ground-based artillery being fired from the decks of landing ships in a shore bombardment role in World War II. Was this ever a systemic practice, and if so, does evidence exist as to its efficacy? Yes, it was systemic to a certain degree. So there was some improvised stuff, usually, people with field howitzers or field guns in landing craft who are just like, well, we're here, the enemy's right here, we happen to be on a nice clean flat surface, so when the ramp drops we might as well just commence firing until we've suppressed the enemy enough to make it safe to take the gun ashore. Especially in the Pacific landings, there were also sort of semi-improvised, semi-authorized offshore bombardments by random field guns that were stuck on landing craft, although you did have things like the landing craft rocket, which were more, should we say, official ways of providing fire support from landing craft. And then you also had the LCS, not the modern one. This one actually works, the landing craft support, which was, as the name suggests, a landing craft that was designed for supporting actions, came in LCS-M and LCS-L, medium and large variants, and that's where they incorporated artillery into a landing craft, which could then act as a mobile fire support base, or could be beached as a stationary fire support base. And sometimes those were integrated into the ship, sometimes they were more field type, i.e. we'd taken a field gun and stuck it on. And then you also have this thing, which you can see in the picture. This is a British innovation, channeling the Team Fortress 2 engineer. It's just called the Landing Craft Gun, i.e. landing LCG. And as the name suggests, it is a landing craft, and they have put guns in it. And like the LCSs, they were designed to sail around and just fire their artillery at things, and again possibly go ashore. Although the difference between the LCS and the LCG was perhaps more that the LCS more often than not was designed to be kind of a close inshore fire support platform with multiple uses. The LCG did fill that role, but the number of times an LCG would contain something like a 17 or 25 pounder gun that could just be taken off and used ashore much more easily than an integrated mount was a bit more common than the LCSs, who tended to have integrated gun mountings a bit more than they would have just random bits of field artillery. In terms of how good it was, well, the men on shore certainly appreciated it. Obviously, without complex fire control systems and so on and so forth, they're not going to be anywhere near as accurate as destroyer gunfire. The flip side being they can get a lot closer than destroyers, so acting in more of a direct fire support role, they can be pretty darn effective, especially when your opponent doesn't have any major artillery to call on of their own. Excelsior 1 asks, when doing refits, conversions and new builds, is there an exact thickness of the hull before you add torpedo protection, belt armour, etc.? Say Lexington conversion or others that you talk about when you refer to stripping off the armour. I imagine that means taking it just to the hull, and I would guess that cruiser hull thickness isn't as thick as battleship hull thickness, but is there a standard other than just what's needed to hold all the girders together? So hull plating thickness can vary on ship to ship. It's usually for warships of the World War I and World War II period, the hull plating itself will be between 3/4 of an inch to 1.5 inches thick. It can be fractionally thicker in some cases, but when you start to get more than 1.5 inches, you're starting to verge onto the area of light armour territory. And there are occasionally ships that have hull plating that's thinner than 3/4 of an inch, but those ships tend to have that specifically because they need at the absolute most lightweight possible. There are some disadvantages to that. Obviously, it's much more prone to warping and bending under stress, and once you get below 3/4 of an inch, you very rapidly start to head into territory where the hull plating is no longer bulletproof, and strafing runs from enemy aircraft can make a real mess of you. Whereas if you've got, let's say 1 inch to 1.5 inches of steel, it's probably going to stop most strafing runs, machine gun fire. But in terms of a standard, well, obviously, as you say, you need to hold the ship together. But beyond that, you don't want the ship's hull buckling in the unarmoured places where it's just the hull plating. So often there will be standards calculated based on stress and with some safety factor brought in consideration of do you want it splinter proof or not, things like this. And that will come out with a recommendation for overall hull plating thickness. And obviously, you don't unnecessarily want to have the hull plating too thick, because given the sheer area it's going to cover, if you had a recommendation that's like, well, to be on the safe side, we're going to fudge it up to 1.75 inches rather than 1.5 inches. Well, 0.25 inches might not sound like all that much, but when you spread that much extra steel across the entirety of a ship's hull, that adds up to a fair bit of weight that you probably could do without. So there are rules of thumb for destroyer, cruiser and battleship hull thicknesses, but as with so many things, they vary by nation and they vary by time period. So, for example, in World War II, although destroyers aren't commonly thought of as having armour, their hull was usually considered to be at least thick enough to withstand rifle-grade machine gun fire, but some Japanese destroyers, especially in an effort to get maximum performance for minimum weight, had some areas of their hull where the hull plating was thin enough that pretty much anybody with an automatic weapon could spray fire through them, much to the detriment of the sailors inside. Modern Gamer asks, all of the preserved battleships in the US are in their namesake states except for Iowa, Missouri, and Wisconsin. Obviously, this is due to those states being effectively landlocked to large ships. What effect does this have on them being preserved? And is there any other instance of ships from other nations being preserved away from their namesake if their namesake couldn't be reached by the ship itself? Well, you've got to remember a good chunk of it is down to the naming conventions of the various nations. So battleships are traditionally named after states, therefore, in the US at least, therefore, a state will have a little bit more interest in preserving a ship that carries its name. For inland states, that's a bit of a problem, because whilst a state with a coastline might be willing to use its state-given powers to grant a berth, or either free or discounted, for the ship that bears the name of the state, obviously if the state is inland, then they're either, if they want to sponsor it, they're going to have to find somewhere on the coast that's willing to host it, and then they're probably going to have to pay market rates for it, and or it's going to have to be someone else who has a particular interest in that ship who's going to preserve it, which obviously is going to be rarer than the state in question. And of course, a US state usually has a fair bit of money at their disposal as well, so to keep it all running. Now, in terms of other ships from other nations that are preserved away from their namesake, well, when you look at other nations, they have different naming conventions. Obviously, the Germans have a mix. They do have some battleships that were named after their equivalent of state, so things like the Nassaus and the Helgolands. But then they went on to the Kaiser and König classes, fairly self-explanatory what they were named after. Then they went back to Bayern and Baden, but then you have Bismarck, Scharnhorst, Tirpitz, all named after people, and people who are dead. The British have a complete assortment, but vast majority of their capital ships are not named after, for the UK it would be counties, because, shockingly enough, the county class cruisers were named after the counties, and the town class cruisers were named after towns. Although you did get HMS London, which isn't a county, but is a county class cruiser, but never mind. And, it goes on like this. The Japanese, obviously, things like Nagato, Yamato, Fuso, they were named after administrative districts, but, they didn't really survive the war. But a ship that theoretically could be in its namesake but isn't is HMS Belfast, because Belfast does indeed have dockyard access, but HMS Belfast the cruiser is preserved in London. So there's one example, but again, this is kind of who's the driving force behind its preservation. The preservation of HMS Belfast was driven partly by former crew and by interested parties rather than the city of Belfast, and therefore the cruiser ended up in a location where it was felt would best suit it for generating revenue to keep it afloat, rather than being attached to a particular city. Matt Blom asks, it's very common in modern naval contracts for a component of technology transfer, i.e. technical know-how, being provided as part of the deal, especially with a nation less experienced in shipbuilding. Were such components to naval contracts common in the age of steam and steel? Yes, to a certain degree. So the technical know-how of how to actually build the things quite often was not transferred, in part because the infrastructure to do so just didn't exist and was unaffordable in the home countries. So, for example, the South American dreadnoughts, to Brazil, Chile, and Argentina, didn't receive the technical know-how to build 12 and 13.5 inch guns and 12-inch armor plate or whatever. And likewise, with the Spanish, as seen here, the España class dreadnoughts, they also didn't get the technical expertise to build the 12-inch guns because the armaments industry just didn't exist there. But what they did get was the technical know-how to manufacture a limited number of spare parts and do maintenance on these things, because whilst you could send your ship back to a British yard in these cases, and for the Argentinians the US yards for the Riverdavias, You could do that, and in some cases this was actually done because it was seen as just cheaper and easier to do, but your day-to-day maintenance was much better off done at home. So yeah, maybe if you had a really big refit to do, you might phone up the yard that had originally built it and go, "Oi, can you fix this for us?" Yes, we'll pay the bill. But, if one of your guns has stopped working because the mount has jammed, you want to be able to manufacture and replace things like the gears and the bearings on the elevation mechanism. So there's an element of technology transfer involved there. But where there's a lot more technology transfer involved is when a nation is an up-and-coming naval power. And Japan is probably the single best case study of this, because they were perfectly willing to get ships built overseas because they didn't have the industry, but they were also focused on making sure they did have the industry later on. So they specified in a lot of their contracts that they wanted the complete design specs for guns, armour, engines, etc., which they could initially then build under license, kind of using those plans as a how-to guide, and then develop their own thereafter. And the same applied to ships. So, for example, the battlecruiser Congo was built in British yards, but the subsequent 3 battlecruisers of the class were built in Japanese yards, and basically Congo was a gigantic technology transfer wrapped up with some armament. So yes, they were common enough, but to what scale depended on the customer. Riva asks, most too big for its time vessels, especially those with a madcap variety of the latest technology on board, usually end up being abysmal failures, and that's not counting the ones that just don't sink outright. Just what made the Great Eastern, a behemoth and practically the poster child of kitchen sink propulsion, manage to avoid this embarrassment and prove to be pretty dang handy after all? In a word, Brunel. And yes, this is a period illustration. This is what an Age of Sail frigate looks like next to the Great Eastern. It is a colossally stupid vessel for the 19th century. Nevertheless, going back to Brunel, Isambard Kingdom Brunel, there's Churchill's famous saying that, history will be kind to me for I intend to write it. If Brunel was ever going to have a similar catchphrase, it would have been, the apocalypse will be kind to me for I intend to outlast it. That is pretty much how he built anything that he put his mind to, whether it be tunnels, bridges, railways, or ships. He basically made them nuke-proof a century before anyone even came up with the idea of nukes, which is pretty darn scary in and of itself. So yes, Great Eastern managed... it wasn't exactly the world's most economic vessel. It did ruin quite a number of owners, but it just wouldn't die because Brunel had built this thing to such ridiculous safety specs, which is part of why I love him as an engineer. It's like over-engineering things to be apocalypse-proof is the pièce de résistance, in my opinion, of what good engineering is. Now, what that meant was that, one, it wasn't going to break up and sink or whatever at any point, so it was going to be around, and the costs of breaking the blasted thing up were going to be so high, people were kind of deterred by a little bit and wanted to find some other uses for it. But also just the sheer volume, again, that square cube law coming in, it could do things that no other ship could. One of the big problems with a lot of the other a little bit too big for their time vessels was that they were just a little bit too large, a little bit too uneconomical compared to slightly smaller ships that could do the same thing for less. Whereas Great Eastern, simply by just going way over the top in terms of size, was capable of doing some things like transatlantic cable laying or transporting thousands of troops that other vessels just physically couldn't do. And so she became kind of the go-to heavy lift ship for a lot of weird and wonderful uses. Everything from short range ferrying to, as we said, transoceanic voyages. And she probably would have stayed economically viable, at least in those special use situations, for a lot longer had the Suez Canal not opened. The Suez Canal, it didn't allow ships to do the same thing as her in terms of volume, but what it meant was that they could do it a lot faster because they could obviously bypass going around Africa, whereas Great Eastern was too large to fit through the canal as it was when it was opened. And that was probably the death knell of her economic viability, such as it ever was. In a lot of ways, she's kind of like the seagoing version of the late lamented AN 255 or 225, the six-engined Antonov. She exists. There's no real call to build more than one of them. Well, there is perhaps nowadays, but by existing, she's able to do all sorts of things that nothing else really can. The Judge 2017 asks, what do anti-aircraft guns crews do in the case of a surface engagement? Would they just be on damage control duty? Would the main gun crew, not dual-purpose weapons, do if an air raid was taking place? Now, the Judge does acknowledge that there was a very similar question last month, but hopes I can expand on it. So, anti-aircraft gun crews, in the case of a surface engagement, it depends on their position. So if you're in a 20mm or 40mm or something akin to that mount, then you are going to be in shelter. Usually that involves being within the superstructure, sometimes below decks, depending on where the location is on your particular ship. Obviously this is talking about capital ships. If you're in a secondary gun mount, a dual purpose, 4.5, 5-inch, 5.25, or whatever they happen to be using, if that has a degree of protection and a dual purpose use, you'll still be in those mounts. So, on a King George V, the 5.25-inch gun crews are always going to be at action stations, regardless of if it's an air raid or an anti-surface action, because they have a use in both. But it's the light to medium AA guys who have to take cover. And yeah, pretty much would just be extra hands for damage control duty if necessary. The exceptions to this would obviously be in certain actions, like light cruiser and destroyer actions, where you might expect to get up close and personal, or especially anti-sub actions. At those points, you might have the anti-aircraft gun crews, even if it's light and medium AA, still get to their posts, because the range might be close enough where that kind of approach is necessary. So, for example, if you're a light cruiser trying to fight off some enemy torpedo boats or destroyers, or maybe the Italian suicide boats, then you would have the AA gun crews there, because, concentrated 20 and 40 mil fire would be a fairly good deterrent, even against a destroyer at close range. As far as the main gun crews are concerned, it depends somewhat on the Navy, but by and large it seems that when there was an anti-aircraft alert going, the main gun crews would go to their gun turrets, partly because, well, it's one of the safest places to be. Sure, the gun turret might take a hit, but to be perfectly honest, it's got an armoured roof. It's probably about as safe as anywhere you can be that's not deep down in the ship, and obviously deep down in the ship's vulnerable to torpedoes. Gun turrets not so much. And an air raid might precede a surface action, so you might be needed there. And as was shown multiple times in various different engagements, you could also improvise, especially if you're being attacked by torpedo bombers, you could improvise an anti-aircraft screen by firing high-explosive main gun rounds into the water ahead of the oncoming torpedo bombers. It wasn't necessarily that effective, but it was something to do, and it did provide a certain amount of deterrence. So, yeah, that's kind of where everyone would be. Captain Landlocked asks, how many Spanish ships fought in the Battle of Cape Passaro? Amongst the sources I could find, there seemed to be an agreement on the English side of 22 to 23 ships of the line and 7 to 8 smaller vessels, but for the Spanish side I've found estimates of anything between 10 to 25 ships of the line, 0 to 6 frigates, and 0 to 13 other large ships, and or a number of other vessels, of which some were fire ships and others were in the fashion of the Middle Sea, possibly galleys, out of which they comprise a fleet of between 15 to 25 ships total. Overall, English language sources have the smallest Spanish fleet, German is somewhere in the middle, and Latin languages have the largest Spanish numbers. In your opinion, what is the most likely number for the Spanish fleet, and how come there are such varying numbers for the Spanish but not the English? It's probably due to a few reasons. There's the confusion of war, and the fact that in the Age of Sail, fleets tended to drop off and acquire ships along their voyage. So the fleet that leaves a port, or perhaps the fleet that's recorded as leaving a port, may not be the fleet that actually arrives and engages in battle. It may have lost a few ships on the way, not as in sunk, but just departed to other missions or had to turn back or whatever, and they may have come across other ships on the way and picked them up, so their force composition has changed. And so someone who's writing the history from the perspective of, well, this is the fleet that left port to do battle, and someone who's writing the history from the perspective of, this is the fleet that actually fought the battle because I was there, those two numbers might be different. And equally, if someone's writing a history in terms of, well, these are the ships that were captured and these are the ships that made it back to port, again, may have a third set of values, because in between the captured vessels and the ships that made it back to port, again, you might have had one or two being picked up and another couple that went off to do their own thing. And then you've also got what is relevant to the account that's being written. So it's not helped by the fact that the Battle of Cape Passaro was effectively two distinct engagements fought by two separate sections of the Spanish fleet, then another bit that shows up later on, and the British fleet is also split up. Now, the Admiralty, of course, has fairly detailed records of what ships were in the British fleet, so that's why we know to within a margin of plus or minus a ship exactly what the Royal Navy contingent was. But for the aforementioned reasons, it's a little bit unclear what the Spanish fleet was. And then, of course, you've got two other issues, one of which is that when people are writing about the battle, some people might write about the ships that were actually engaged in the battle, and other people might write about the total composition of the fleet. So there may be store ships and galleys involved, but if they weren't involved in the battle, then someone who was perhaps in the British line of battle and didn't see the other ancillary Spanish ships would just say, well, these are the ships that we fought, frigates and ships of the line, and ignore the rest, whereas someone else who knew that those ships were there might write about the entire force. And then the final thing, to cap it all off, is that obviously any source that isn't the direct Spanish sources from the Spanish Admiralty listing the ships by name and their classifications is always open to a little bit of subjective interpretation as to exactly what the ships in question are. So if you look, for example, at the listing of the fleet heading into the invasion or attempted invasion, as listed by a Spanish source, they mention 12 ships of the line, 17 frigates, 7 galleys, 2 fireships, 2 bomb vessels, and a bunch of transports and smaller craft. Whereas, quite a lot of transports, whereas a not quite but near contemporary British account, so an account that was written during the, or right at the end of the Napoleonic Wars in 1818, they mention that the fleet is 27 ships of the line and frigates combined, 2 fireships, 4 bomb vessels, 7 galleys, and several store ships. So the hundreds of transports that the Spanish source mentions aren't mentioned in the English source, but then the English source is looking at what is deployed for battle, not the total fleet. And when you compare it, I mean, there's a reasonable amount of agreement. So you've got 7 galleys, both agree that there were 7 galleys, and 2 fireships, both sources agree that there were 2 fireships, but 27 ships of the line and frigates and 4 bomb vessels in the English source, as compared to only 2 bomb vessels and 12 ships of the line and 17 frigates in the Spanish source, which obviously adds up to 29. So that would suggest that both sources are describing the same fleets, but perhaps the English source has misidentified two of the probably the frigates as bomb vessels, because there's a difference of 2 ships. The Spanish source has 2 more ships in the ships of the line and frigate compilation. The British source has 2 fewer, but has 2 more bomb vessels. So somebody probably saw the 2 bomb vessels are actually there and maybe misidentified a couple of frigates as such. but it's a small discrepancy, but it's the kind of discrepancy you can get with, these kinds of descriptions. Megascrow asks, in aviation, re-engineering a plane is an easy way of improving a turkey, or making a good plane even better. In naval history, has there been a case where a comparatively relatively easy change did or could make a big difference in the performance of the ship? Not necessarily the engine itself, as that's not quite as easy to change on a ship as it is on a plane. Yes, there's been quite a few, actually. I mean, there's been plenty of cases where, as you might imagine, changes have made ships considerably worse. But in the Age of Sail, for example, something as simple as the ballast distribution of the ship could make a huge difference, because where you had your ballast and your other cargo could affect the ship's trim, which is, for those of you unaware, is basically whether the ship tends to tilt forward, tilt backwards, or is roughly level. And whilst that will still have a fairly significant effect for a steam-powered vessel, on a sail-powered vessel, having a ship out of trim was a huge issue. So there were ships that were launched and went into service, and they were ballasted as per the diagrams, but something had gone wrong in the design, and everyone was going, this ship is absolutely awful. It's a pig. It doesn't handle well. It doesn't sail very fast. It's useless. And then a new captain will come along and look at it and go, yeah, but what if we moved some of the ballast from there to there and changed the trim, and all of a sudden the ship is fantastic and an incredibly fast sailor? Likewise, in the Age of Sail, there were cases of ships that might be built in theory with maybe 4 masts, and it turns out that maybe running them with 3 was a better idea. Or they were built with a certain layout of yards, so they had a certain sail layout, and that didn't work very well. But changing that actually made the ships sail a lot better. Whether that be reconfiguring the sails, resizing the sails, changing the number of sails. Again, not particularly difficult to do, but could make a huge performance difference. You, of course, also have the continuous experiments trying to get USS North Carolina and Washington to sail without shaking themselves to pieces at high speeds. Now, it did take quite a while, but relatively speaking, compared to the scale of a treaty battleship, changing the propellers out is not that difficult, certainly compared to switching the engines out, and they were eventually able to come up with an equitable solution, if not a perfect one. That was a huge improvement to the performance of the vessel. And that's all just in terms of getting the ship through the water. There's also somewhat more mundane ones if you want to categorise performance in other ways, like the suppression of casemates and or moving casemates up a deck level, or replacing casemates with deck-mounted guns, whether they be in mounts or turrets, which made the secondary battery actually useful, as opposed to just an area that you send particular sailors who've displeased you in order for them to gradually be pickled in brine. John McDonough asks, after your video on the Japanese Army's Navy, I did a little research on the US Army's Navy, and what I'd like to know more about are concrete ships. Apparently they range from hollow concrete boxes to frozen food and ice cream factories. There was supposedly a proposal for a concrete submarine freighter, which I find highly improbable. I appreciate any details you can add. So the US concrete ships, not including the ones that were built for the other allies, or built by the other allies, consisted of 2 main strands of development. There were about 24 concrete actual ships, i.e. they had engines, they moved around under their own power, etc. And there were considerably more, about 3 or 4 times more that in large concrete barges. So don't get me wrong, these things aren't like your standard river barge. These are fully ocean-going units. They're just not got any engines in them. And they were used in World War II. They were developed in part to address the fact that, more and more ships were needed, but a concrete ship needs considerably less steel than a conventional all-steel ship for obvious reasons, and steel was a critical material. I know I've made the point before, but it does bear repeating. Raw materials are not an unlimited resource. Even something like the US was running up against resource shortages as the war went on. The Alaska-class cruisers, for example, were deferred in part because there was a shortage of particular kinds of steel that would be needed, and it was chosen to prioritise the steel deliveries for carriers instead of to the Alaskas. So It wasn't a case of just, oh, well, if we want more ships, we'll just spend more money. If you wanted more ships, by the sort of 43, 44, you were rapidly approaching the limits of how much steel you could actually get your hands on. So concrete ships made a good alternative, so allowing you to get more ships in the water at minimal expenditure of steel. They actually proved to be remarkably resilient. A few of them were sunk as block ships during the war. A lot of European built concrete vessels were used. So, I mean, even the Mulberry Harbours technically are kind of concrete vessel, sailed over and sunk, obviously specifically to form a harbour at D-Day. The US ones, though, for the most part survived the war. And as you mentioned, they were used for all sorts of things, including frozen food and ice cream factories, for which they were somewhat uniquely suited because, of course, when you've got massive thick walls of concrete in the ocean, they tend to stay fairly cool inside, even if there's a lot of sun beating down on them, whereas steel ships in the Pacific sun could heat up quite a lot. So a big concrete ship was actually a much better, more efficient place to put cold stores than your average steel ship, which would need constant refrigeration going. I mean, you still need constant refrigeration in a concrete vessel, but your starting temperature was a lot lower, so your energy expenditure was a lot less, and if something broke, it was less likely that everything would melt in 15 minutes. So that they were quite popular because, obviously, who doesn't like a ship full of ice cream showing up in the middle of the Pacific when it's boiling hot and you've been shot at by a Japanese aircraft and kamikazed for several days? And as for the concrete submarine, that was basically a proposal for something that looks suspiciously like a gigantic and ancestor of the modern narco subs that are used in the Caribbean, i.e. it's a semi-submersible concrete streamlined freighter, again designed to use concrete rather than steel to supplement Liberty and Victory ship construction, and also obviously doesn't need the more expert labour that you need to put together steel ships. It's supposedly, due to its streamlining, etc., it would go really fast. Probably the ambitions of the 75 knots they quoted are more than a little bit fantastical, but the basic layout, probably could have been a slightly faster than the average Victory or Liberty ship, purely because it was kind of pointy end torpedo shaped, which you can do with a semi-submersible vessel, but less so with a surface freighter. None of those were built. It might have been interesting to see if one or two were constructed, how closely they lived up to expectations, but it wasn't to be. And as I said, the main thing that sort of comes out of them post-war is just how durable they are, because they're massive lumps of concrete. They were sunk a number of them were sunk as block ships, a number of them were sunk to form breakwaters and wharves and jetties, and for the most part, they're substantially still there. It turns out that a concrete ship will last generally a lot longer in an active maritime zone like off the coast than a steel ship will. So they do have a useful secondary purpose once their lifespan as a working ship is expired. Robert Olweiler asks, when it comes to battleship guns, the rate of fire is usually once every 30 to 40 seconds. There are notable exceptions like the Bismarck and possibly Bayern classes supposedly managing to approach 20 seconds. What factors are the most conducive to achieving the highest possible rate of fire, i.e. breaches, ammunition storage, elevation mechanisms, automation, crew, etc., and what are the trade-offs, and why was the average of 30 to 40 seconds accepted pretty much across the world? So, as for why a reload speed of approximately around every 30 to 40 seconds was generally accepted, it's because, as I've mentioned before, the average rate of fire in an actual battle engagement is even slower than that, usually one round every 50 to 70 seconds, so averaging around one round a minute. And that's purely because at 15,000, 20,000, 25,000 yards, the flight time of the shell, bearing in mind you have to then see where that shell's landed and correct, is a substantial portion of your reload time. You could have a 20, 30 or 40 second flight time, usually somewhere in the region of 20 to 30 seconds, at which point there's no real point in being able to fire faster than that, because you obviously have to take your estimations of range and bearing and elevation, etc. You fire your shell. The shell has to make its flight. It lands. You then have to observe where that shell and the others that you fired have landed, work out were you over, were you under, were you left, were you right, plug in those corrections, obviously factoring in that both ships have moved since then as well, make the adjustments to your gun's elevation once you know which adjustments you need to make, and then you can fire again. And there's obviously a little bit of delay usually to make sure the ship's on a roughly even keel when the guns fire. All of which means that as long as your guns are ready 45 to 50 seconds after the first set of shells was fired, that's pretty much all you need. So if you've got a little bit of a margin built in, so your actual reload speed is 30 to 40 seconds, then that's great because your guns are nice and settled and ready. If there have been any minor issues, you could have worked those out and your salvo's ready to go. Any faster rate of fire is only really useful in two circumstances. One, at incredibly short ranges, when obviously you can spot the fall of shot much earlier because the shell has a shorter flight time. And once you're absolutely 100% confident that you have the range dialed in and you can and you've already made hits, and then obviously you want to fire as quickly as possible in order to keep making those hits. It should be noted that Bismarck's theoretical one round every 20 seconds in practice didn't really work out that way. In long-range engagements like Denmark Strait, she was firing at about the same rate that Hood and Prince of Wales were because of the range issues. But also it was found in testing that, yeah, whilst in theory the complicated mechanisms that allowed you to fire a round every 20 seconds could work, very often something didn't, and you practically your rate of fire on a Bismarck-class ship was about the same as everybody else's. But in terms of what is the most conducive factors to achieving the highest possible rate of fire, of all the things, I mean, automation obviously helps, but automation is big and bulky and heavy, so it's not really a thing for battleship guns too much. There's a mechanical assistance, obviously. You don't have people hauling the shells up from the magazines on their backs, but as compared to something like Worcester or Tiger or Des Moines, no, that kind of thing was never fully developed for battleship guns. But if you were going to improve your overall rate of fire, then the two things that you really probably wanted to improve would be the angle of elevation at which your guns could be reloaded. Because if you fire your guns at, let's say, 25 degrees elevation, and they now have to come down because your guns are only capable of reloading horizontal, so they've got to go all the way down, then you've got to reload them, and then you've got to put them all the way back up again, that might add 10 to 15 seconds to your total reload cycle time quite easily if you've got guns that are not particularly fast on the elevation. So if you've got a gun that can elevate, that can be reloaded at even, say, 10 or 15 degrees, the gun might still have to come up and down a little bit, but a lot less. And if you've got really ambitious and you can reload the gun at all angles, which will require much more powerful hydraulic rams, then obviously that cuts out that time period entirely, so that's a big plus. And the other thing, which was part of the issue for the battlecruiser fleet at Jutland, is ammunition supply, because you could have a gun that can fire at or can be reloaded at all angles, the best possible crew, the most realistic level of mechanical assistance and automation, really fast closing breaches, etc. So all of that, if you've got shells stacked in the turrets, maybe your gun crews can get a shot off every 15 to 20 seconds. Great. But obviously it's not particularly safe to store ammunition in the turrets. And so once you're out of your ready use ammunition, if indeed you have any, then you have to wait for another set of shells and charges to come up from the magazines via your hoists. And if the hoists, for example, the time it takes to get the shells and the charges into the hoist, and the hoist to get them up to the handling room below the turret, and the handling room to transfer them to the secondary hoist, which then take them up to the turret itself, which then allows you to load them. If that cycle time is, let's say, 30 seconds, then that's an absolute flaw on where on the minimum time that you can fire your guns, even if you only have a 10-second time period from when the shells and charges arrive on the hoist to when they're in the breach. If it takes them 30 seconds to get out from the magazines, your total rate of fire is 1 round every 40 seconds. So if you can cut that down, so say 20 seconds, and your reload time in the turret is 10, then your overall rate of fire is 1 every 30 seconds, and so on and so forth. So if you can improve the speed of your ammunition supply, that will improve your rate of fire quite considerably. The only problem is that usually doing that involves some form of safety compromise, which, if as long as you're not hit, probably doesn't make too much odds, but the minute you are hit, it does make a lot of issues. Glenn Ricafrente asks, what were the biggest prisoner hauls that resulted from single naval engagements, say in the period of 1900 to 1950? Well, the single largest one is going to be the aftermath of the Battle of Tsushima, because it's the only engagement in that time period where, what's left of an entire enemy fleet surrenders to the other side, and it includes battleships, cruisers, and everything. So there's something like just over 6,000 prisoners as the result of the Battle of Tsushima. And as I say, one, in the 1900 to 1950 period, ship surrenders are fairly rare, and where they do tend to happen, they tend to be 1, maybe 2 ships at a time. So, as a result, no single ship's crew is ever going to come close to the crew of a squadron or a part of a fleet, which is what you get at Tsushima, and hence that one takes the biscuit as the single biggest prisoner haul by quite a long margin. The only way you'd ever really manage to come close to that would either be another big fleet surrender, which, as you could argue, something like maybe the surrender of the High Seas Fleet, but that's not as a result of a naval engagement per se, that's the result of a treaty. And again, the French Marine Nationale largely remains in Vichy French hands, so that's not prisoners technically, also not apart from a result of a naval engagement. Similarly, the Italian surrender is a treaty. It's not, the fleet doesn't surrender due to battle, and so on and so forth. So the only way you're ever really going to come close to Tsushima would be maybe if you captured 2 or 3 troop ships or something equally heavily crewed. Some random non asks, being such powerful ships, why were battleships phased out so quickly after World War II? And in what other conflicts did battleships play an important role outside of the World Wars? Well, in terms of conflicts that battleships played an important role in outside of the World Wars, well, prior to World War II, basically any conflict where any side had battleships, with the exception of a couple of land wars. And even then, to be honest, battleships still had an influence. So the Franco-Prussian War is probably the single biggest example of a war between major powers where battleships of the time didn't have too much effect. But even in something like the Crimean War, battleships played a fairly big role. Obviously, at that point, they were line of battleships rather than dreadnoughts, but they still played a fairly major role in both securing the supply of troops and food, etc., for the French and the British, and securing control of the Baltic, and later on securing control of the sea enough that the Sea of Azov could be denuded of supplies, which is what tipped the balance in the Crimean Peninsula section. And then, of course, post-World War II, you had the Iowas taking part in battleships, obviously the Iowa specifically taking part in Korea, Vietnam, and the first Gulf War. So yeah, battleships show up pretty much any time there's a navy that owns a battleship and that country is at war, up until actually the 1990s, because at that point the US was the only one who owned battleships. Now, as far as why they were phased out so quickly after World War II, they were big and expensive to run, and the main problem was their lack of striking power. And that wasn't in terms of the actual power of their broadsides, it was in terms of their range. It's sometimes said, oh no, the carrier was a much more powerful weapon. Not entirely. A carrier was infinitely more vulnerable than a battleship to attack. A tithe of the damage that was chucked at Yamato would easily put the biggest carrier built in World War II to the bottom of the ocean, quite happily. And obviously Yamato took an awful lot of a pounding to put it down. So it wasn't that battleships were inherently uniquely vulnerable to air power and missiles. In fact, of all the naval ships present, they were probably the most capable of soaking up that damage and keeping on trucking. The problem with the battleships was that their striking power only extended out to a couple of dozen miles, whereas an aircraft carrier had a striking distance of hundreds of miles. So whilst a battleship would beat a carrier in a straight up fight, and whilst a battleship could absorb a lot more damage than a carrier in a straight up fight, a carrier could just keep hitting a battleship at ranges that were an order of magnitude beyond that which a battleship could reply at. And of course, battleship, if you're using against shore targets, again is limited in its range because it has to be in relatively deep water and then fire inshore, whereas aircraft can near enough as effectively go anywhere. So it's more about the offensive striking capability of the battleship, as the capital ship was vastly overshadowed by the carrier, and that's why the carrier became the new capital ship. David Thornthwaite asks, imagine if in June 1940 all of the French sailors who want to join the Free French and continue the fight can be located in one place and take over a single class of major French warships. Excluding the Richelieus, because they aren't finished, which would be the most useful addition to the Allied war effort to fight alongside the Royal Navy? Dunkirk and Strasbourg by a country mile. Any class would be useful, but, destroyers... The British have a lot of destroyers. They don't have as many as they'd like, but they do have a lot, and they can build more quite quickly. Cruisers, the British would definitely like some more cruisers, but none of the French cruiser classes are particularly large. And again, whilst the British would like more cruisers, they still have a reasonable number of them. So 2, 3, 4 cruisers here or there, probably not going to make too much odds. Fast capital ships? Oh boy, fast capital ships in June 1940. The British don't have many of them. They've got Hood, Renown, and Repulse. And that's it. June 1940, technically, you could probably argue maybe King George V is just about coming online. But that's really all you've got. You've got 3, maybe 4 fast capital ships, of which 3 are considerably older than everything else. Okay, Renown has been modified and modernised, so it's kind of a halfway house there. But it's still a battle cruiser with not particularly fantastic armour. Sure, you can take up against Scharnhorst happily or anything else, but given that June 1940 the Italians are entering the fight and Bismarck is due to come online fairly soon, Renown versus a Littorio or a Bismarck's not a fight I'd necessarily want to put any money on Renown for, even if she is a very good gunnery ship. Now, if you then put Dunkirk and Strasbourg into the mix, you've increased the Allied fast capital ship pool quite considerably, and with quite powerful vessels. Dunkirk and Strasbourg are almost not quite, but almost 2 separate vessels. Dunkirk is very much, I think, a battle cruiser. Strasbourg is approaching a small battleship because of the significant changes in their armour protection. But, Dunkirk means that you have a ship, it's purpose designed to hunt down and kill German raiders, everything up to a Deutschland class. So it's an excellent vessel to have for that purpose. So, maritime security. Strasbourg, a bit more heavily armoured, a bit more able to throw down with heavy ships. Also good for keeping the sea lane safe because it can throw down with a Scharnhorst. And we know Operation Berlin is the thing. And alternatively, 2 fast capital ships with powerful guns in the Mediterranean. The Italians did modernise, as we've discovered earlier in the week. The Italians did modernise some of their older dreadnoughts to compensate for the construction of Dunkirk and Strasbourg. But, Dunkirk versus a Duilio, Cesare, Cavour, or Doria, both sides can pretty much punch through each other's armour, but the French ship is more modern, and probably overall better. And Strasbourg can go toe-to-toe with any of those, and with its additional armour actually has a protection where the Italian ships don't. And whilst it would be on a bit of a sort of a bit of a downside compared to its opponent, if Strasbourg goes up against a Littorio, it's got a chance to do damage, and it's fast enough that it can get away if it needs to. And if you've got Dunkirk and Strasbourg out, considering that the Italians really struggled to put two Littorios in the same place at the same time, well, if you imagine something, well, like, let's say, the Battle of Calabria, if you have Warspite on its own, you get Calabria as historical. If you have Warspite backed up by Dunkirk and Strasbourg, and Cesare is just taken a hit to its funnel, then I don't think Cesare is getting away, because Warspite may not be able to pursue in terms of speed or in terms of being alone. But if Dunkirk and Strasbourg go herring up after Cesare, I'm pretty sure Warspite will be right nipping on their heels trying to catch up, and so on and so forth. The Mediterranean theatre would be hugely changed by having Dunkirk and Strasbourg present, so those would be my picks. Andrew Waite asks, how lucky was the critical swordfish torpedo strike on the stern of Bismarck? The fleet arm achieved similar feats against both Richelieu at the Battle of Dakar and Vittorio Veneto at Cape Matapan. Prince of Wales and Yamato also received crippling hits by torpedoes to their stern. If you fire a torpedo and hit the stern of a battleship, aren't you pretty likely to damage something vital? I mean, yes, you are. You're definitely going to hurt something particularly vital if you do score a torpedo hit near the stern. It's not so much that the stern hit damaging something is lucky, it's that you got the stern hit in the first place. So if you look at Bismarck, something like 24 aerial torpedoes were launched at her, of which 4 hit, of which 1 hit the stern. And there's roughly similar statistics for Prince of Wales and Yamato. Now granted, Richelieu and Vittorio Veneto were attacked by fewer aircraft, had fewer drops made on them before hits were landed on their stern, but you can kind of see like the, one hit to the stern out of the, if you totaled up the number of aerial torpedoes dropped in all of those circumstances, it works out to roughly kind of the odds of rolling a natural 20 in a D&D game, or similar other RPG of your choice. So that's why it can be said to be a lucky hit, because, it's, if you roll a natural 20 in an RPG, everyone's like, oh, well, lucky you, well done. It's not, absolutely out of the ordinary. It's not out of expectation that it could happen occasionally, but it's not common. So you rolling a natural 20 at the time that you need it is considered lucky. And similarly, for roughly the same odds, dropping aerial torpedoes at a ship, most of them are going to miss if it's underway. Then of those that hit, getting one to hit at the stern during an attack when you really, really need the thing to slow down, all those odds coming together are relatively lucky, if not, they're not astronomical odds, but they are, the odds are against you to score that hit. Fluffy Goat asks, were any surviving Imperial Japanese warships retained and adopted into the nascent Japanese Maritime Self-Defense Force? Because the Japanese Maritime Self-Defense Force was founded about a decade after the end of World War II, there weren't really any former Imperial Japanese Navy ships still around. I mean, there weren't that many left by the end of World War II anyway, and of those, a lot of them were scrapped in the late 1940s. Others, like Nagato, were taken as war reparations, and in Nagato's case then blown up partially during the atomic bomb tests. And so by the time of the mid-1950s, when the Japanese Maritime Self-Defense Force was formally integrated, there just wasn't really much of anything left from the Imperial Japanese Navy to use. So when they reformed, it was mostly US ships that had been transferred over, but also, surprisingly enough, the Japanese got back into building small warships in the 1950s. So a lot of the early strength of the Japanese Maritime Self-Defense Force was actually home-built vessels, with one exception that I can find, which is the ship you've seen here, the Wakaba. It used to be the Nashi, a Tachibana class escort destroyer that the Japanese had built at the very end of World War II. So as the Nashi, she'd been commissioned in March 1945 and then sunk about 4 months later, but she was then salvaged, reconditioned, and put back into Japanese service in the mid-1950s. So technically, at least one vessel from the old Imperial Japanese Navy was there. I'm not sure if anything else was. I don't think so. Avoid Shisnos asks, in either Shattered Sword or Last Stand of the Tin Can Sailors, can't remember which, it was mentioned that Allied intelligence believed the Yamato's main guns were 16-inch instead of the 18-inch they were in reality. And what caused this intelligence failure? Did they only have photo recon available, misleading Japanese documents? What caused them to be so wrong about Yamato's specs? It was a mixture of things. Japanese operational security was really good with the Yamatos. I mean, normally ships are built on slipways which are open because a slipway for a ship of any considerable size being closed is hugely impractical. Japanese did it anyway. They enclosed some of the biggest slipways and docks ever built at the time in order to completely conceal any idea of what the Yamatos might actually look like or be armed with. And generally, I mean, one, there wasn't really a civilian spy facility for the pre-war US and other Allied agencies. And even if there was, getting spies into Japan was a lot more difficult than it was, say, getting spies into Europe. Because in Europe, as long as you've got someone who vaguely looks the right and can speak the language, you're fine. Smuggling in anyone from America or Britain into Japan, well, for obvious reasons, are going to stand out like a sore thumb, and there wasn't exactly a tremendous Japanese expatriate population in either of those countries, and of those, there was more of a Japanese expat population in the US, particularly in California and along the West Coast, but thanks to various issues, including racism, they weren't particularly trusted by the US, so, the US wouldn't think to send them back because they thought they'd probably just turn around and betray the US back to Japan. Anyway, the point is, on-site intel, given the Japanese efforts to conceal the Yamatos, was not happening. And the Japanese went through a number of other deceptive measures, so they referred to, similar to how the British referred to the 15-inch gun development as 13.5-inch specials, the Japanese referred to the ammunition as special 40-centimetre ammunition, which, obviously, given that the Nagatos had 16-inch guns, it gave rise to the idea that the Yamatos also had 16-inch guns. And without any real direct photographic evidence to say otherwise, various naval estimates thought that maybe the Japanese were building ships in 40 to 45,000, maybe as high as 50,000 tons, and a few estimates a little bit lower than 40,000. At which point the Allied naval designers rightly concluded that if you were building a ship in that range and you're going to have 9 guns on it, realistically, in a modern late 1930s context, that's going to be 9 16-inch guns, because if you want to have a fast battleship and a decent anti-aircraft and secondary anti-surface battery on a ship of that displacement, 9 16-inch guns is about the right armament. I mean, you look at the last generation of Lion-class designs, Yamato, not Yamato, obviously this is Yamato we're talking about, but Iowa as well. You want a fast battleship at 45 to 50,000 tons, 9 16-inch guns tends to be the armament. It was only much later in the war that they started to realise, through active photo reconnaissance at that point, that the ships were possibly a lot bigger. And once they realised the ships were a lot bigger, starting in late 1943 and then definitely gaining ground in 44, they were able to look at the ships and go, actually, these are considerably larger than we thought. And if they are 60,000 tons plus, which is what some Allied intel estimates began to recommend in 1944, then they're probably armed with considerably larger guns, probably 18-inch, which is exactly what the Yamatos were armed with. But there was still division within Allied intel. So the US Navy, for instance, some elements of the US Navy by mid-1944 were fairly convinced that the ships were 60,000-ton plus 18-inch gun-armed vessels, but ONI, the Official Office of Naval Intelligence, was convinced until well after the ships were sunk that they were considerably smaller and armed with 16-inch guns. Jeffrey Conley asks, someone mentioned to me something that happened with HMS Rodney that involved a sheep. In fact, they said that as Rodney passed King George V, the sailors began to go, bah! My question is, why did they do that? Did something happen to the Rodney, and why does it sound like there's a story behind it? Yes, there is a story. It's corroborated by a number of different sources. It appears to be surprisingly well known throughout the fleet that effectively in 1940, some point in 1940, whilst Rodney was stationed at Scapa Flow, a sailor was caught in a compromising position with a sheep in the hills above the anchorage. And this became widely known throughout the fleet, at which point any time anyone passed Rodney, a good number of sailors in good old Royal Navy tradition would mock the ship in general by making sheep noises at it. Apparently the sailor's defence was that he thought the sheep was a wren in a duffel coat, which I'm not sure is any better. Quite how much he'd had to drink at that point, I'm not entirely sure, but never mind. So, yeah, that's the short and not-so-sweet story about why everybody said bah to HMS Rodney whenever it was nearby, even when it was passing by a battleship heading into action against the Bismarck. Brandon Minders asks, could you talk a bit about polar exploration ships and their evolution? So, for the period that the channel covers, and for the period where the channel's expertise is relevant, you're basically talking about the 19th century. So there weren't any real purpose-designed polar exploration ships for the majority of that period. Indeed, for the majority of the period, the polar regions were kind of unknown. This is where you get things like the Franklin expedition. But when expeditions were launched, they tended to use ex-naval vessels, or potentially in-commissioned naval vessels, if it was launched specifically by a government. And early on, you had things like, particularly with the Franklin expedition, with Erebus and Terror, they would use bomb vessels, because everyone understood that the Arctic ice which was the most commonly explored area, and occasionally the Antarctic as well, was quite dangerous and could crush a ship. So a bomb vessel, which was a vessel built to fire mortars originally, had an unusually strong hull to start with. So you obviously had merchant ship hulls, then you had warship hulls, which were stronger, and then bomb vessels, which were the strongest per square foot of all. And so these ships were usually the ones that were taken in hand and converted for polar activities. And conversion for polar activities usually involved obviously reducing the armament, sealing the ship up a bit more so to keep the heat inside, initially installing steam engines or steam boilers of some description, even if they weren't powering screws, and then later upgrading the engines from what they were before as time went on. And as technology developed, potentially cladding the ship in iron. And they did think about the temperature implications of the area on iron, so the iron would be usually enclosed in something, whether it was wood or felt or something like that, to make the iron slightly less brittle, and also mean that if you accidentally touched it, you wouldn't freeze your hand straight to it. So effectively it was strengthening the ship, providing it with more or any steam power, and then sending them to go and find what they could find. Usually in the early part of to mid part of the 19th century, it was trying to find things like the Northwest Passage to assist with navigation, and as time went on, it became more of a general scientific exploration purpose once the search for the Northwest Passage as a viable means of shipping was gradually abandoned. Once you get towards the end of the 19th century, and to a certain extent during it, it's not just the bomb vessels, it's also other general ex-naval vessels, sloops, barks, that kind of thing. Also whaling ships that had been bought up for the purpose, because again, a whaling ship tended to have a slightly stronger hull than average, so was a relatively decent choice as a starting point for upgrading. And then right towards the end of the 19th century, as you transition into the 20th century, it starts to also transition away from naval vessels. So you start to see more adapted civilian vessels, and then later on, as you get into the 20th century fully, it's either general civilian vessels, because they're now steel steamships, perhaps with a little bit of reinforcement, and then you start moving into the era of purpose-designed civilian-built or government-built non-warship polar exploration vessels, which is kind of diverging away from the Channel's area of coverage. Sui420 Den asks, what was Japanese naval warfare like during the Sengoku Jidai period? So, somewhat outside of the Channel's wheelhouse, but from what I gather, it was fought with ships that look like this, usually in a variety of numbers. So you might have a fleet that's centered on some of these bigger ones, then some medium-sized ships, and then some of those smaller ones you can see at the top, all acting together. And it's not naval combat in the way you traditionally think about it. As you can see, there's not really sails, they're oar-powered, and rather than the average kind of naval combat, they're almost like miniature floating fortresses. You can see gun loops and things, so a mixture of early gunfire and bows and arrows. So you'd find a ranged action, and then if you could, you'd also fight a boarding action, where obviously size has some rather significant advantages. There are also reports that during the period, some bright spark came up with the idea of putting iron plating on sections of the ship. Although they weren't proper ironclads, they had some iron protection, which gave them obviously then protection against incoming fire, which gave them an advantage, which let them destroy enemy vessels. As you might imagine, ships built mostly of wood and paper are somewhat vulnerable to fire, so prolonged firefights at close range with presumably blazing arrows and missiles plus hot metal flying around, not really conducive to long-term health. But, as I say, not exactly my area of expertise when it comes to naval warfare. If there is someone who's an expert on that kind of era of warfare, then please do mention in the comments, and if possible, I'd like to have you on the channel to talk about it. Togfather asks, you've mentioned in the past that Jellicoe picked up on the issues with British naval shells during his time as Third Sea Lord, 1908 to 10, but that he didn't have sufficient time in office to push the necessary changes through before being moved on to command the Atlantic Fleet, and so the problem languished until after Jutland. My question is, who caused this to happen? Presumably Jellicoe's successor as the Third Sea Lord. Why wasn't the seriousness of the problem appreciated until after Jutland? And how could the Royal Navy have allowed quality control to become so lax that the problem wasn't detected and fixed earlier? It seems to be a mixture of factors. Jellicoe's immediate successor as Third Sea Lord, Admiral Briggs, as seen here, doesn't appear to have been particularly well regarded by the majority of his peers. And perhaps the fact that he was moved off to retirement in early 1914, which wasn't unusual given his age, but unlike a lot of recently retired admirals, wasn't called upon to come back into service during World War I, perhaps also speaks to the level of confidence that his superiors had in him. He seems to have been a workable naval officer, but not one of any particularly brilliant repute. To be fair to him, at the same time, the Navy was having to deal with an awful lot of new ordnance. So obviously you had the ever-increasing battleship caliber shells. They're still having to deal with the legacy of pre-dreadnought armament. So at any given time, the Navy was having to deal with, even if you discard anything below 4-inch, when you sort of 12-pounders and things which is a 3-inch gun, but anyway. But even going from 4, you've got 4-inch, some 4.7s, 5.5s, some 5s, small numbers thereof. Then obviously 6-inch in many different models. You've also got 7.5-inch and 9.2-inch. Not really any 8-inch at this point. Then there's some 10-inch guns floating around in second-class pre-dreadnoughts. Then you've got 12-inch guns, again of multiple different makes and models, 13.5-inch guns, and now coming in the 15-inch gun, and that's just the gun calibers. Plus you've got mines, torpedoes, which are proliferating in unusual quantities and numbers, and different calibers as well, because you've got 18-inch torpedoes, 21-inch torpedoes, some legacy 14-inch. Shell types, you've got still some solid shot wandering around, AP of various kinds, CPC, nose-fused and base-fused HE. It's a very complicated time for Royal Navy ordnance. So it's not a full defence, but it is at least an explanation as to why maybe some details might slip under the rug. And then you also, on top of all of that, have to contend with the fact that the fuses worked at fairly steep angles compared to the plate. So 90 degrees, 80 degrees, maybe even 75 degrees, the shell fuses would work just fine. And obviously tests tend to be conducted at shorter ranges, and in the early 1910s, whilst battle ranges were now expected to be 10, 12,000 yards, maybe sort of the angle of impact was expected to be around about that. And it was only some of the more far-sighted officers like Jellicoe and those who worked for him who had noticed that at greater angles, the sort of 15, 20 degrees plus, the fuses didn't work anywhere near as well. And obviously it accounted for the fact that maybe we won't be fighting broadside to broadside linearly, even if we are fighting at 10 to 12,000 yards. If a ship is significantly ahead of another, that's going to introduce another set of angles to the equation. And obviously people also think about shooting further than that, 15, 20,000 yards, which turned out to be the average range for World War I itself. And so in those circumstances, yeah, the shells fuses wouldn't work. They wouldn't detonate the shells properly, and therefore new ones were needed. But only if you realise this, and only if you were prepared to carry this through, would this be an issue. Whereas if you're kind of a middle-of-the-road, not particularly brilliant officer, overwhelmed by vast swathes of new information and so many different types of ammunition and so forth, and supplies, etc., the duties of the Third Sea Lord are quite broad-ranging, then, this idea that at impractically long ranges of fighting or weird angles, some of our shells might not work properly, that the previous Third Sea Lord was working on, I'll put that to the back of the pile and forget about it until later, which never comes until, the issue actually shows up and it's like, oh yeah, that thing that we were thinking about 5 years ago, we probably should have thought about that a bit more. Oops. Jellicoe Cats Get Confused at Night asks, how were die packs attached to or incorporated into naval shells, and how were they used? Did every ship get a different colour? There were a few different ways of incorporating die packs into shells, but one of them can be seen here on a British 8-inch shell, and you can see there the die pack is incorporated up top in the shell, actually above the main body of the shell itself, and that's that for that kind of projectile. You have the die pack in that location, whereas in some other shells you could have a die pack located in the base of the shell, and that might be more common in, say, an armor piercing shell, for example. But they're in various locations. It depends on who's designing the shell and when. Anyway, in terms of how they're used, the idea is that if you have multiple ships firing on either the same target or potentially on different targets in the same battle, it might be easy to confuse one ship's shell splashes with another. This had been a common problem in World War I in larger engagements. And so the idea of the die packs was that if each ship was assigned a different colour, and this was much easier to do in World War II where there were much fewer capital ships, then in an engagement, if you saw, say, red splashes, but you know that your ship had yellow dye attached to it, you're like, okay, well, that's not ours, that's whoever's got the red dye today. And then you see yellow, it's like, oh, those are our shell splashes, great, so we can correct our range on those. In terms of which ships had which, for the most part, it was the capital ships that were assigned the different colours, because, well, there's only so many colours that are visually distinct enough from each other to be recognised at long range. And so those are assigned to the battleships first and foremost. So red, yellow, green, white, which is basically no dye, it's just looking for the shell splash of water. Japanese had black, for example, and most navies seem to adopt this. The British did, the Americans did, the French did, the Japanese did. I'm not entirely sure if the Germans did, but then again, the Germans didn't really have that many capital ships in the first place in the Second World War, so perhaps it wasn't so much of a concern for them. So yeah, each ship would get a different colour on the capital ship level. Once you get lower down, it becomes less and less common. Obviously, the existence of this 8-inch shell with a die cap in it for the British indicates that, yeah, the County class had some, but obviously there's a lot more cruisers, so you can't assign every single cruiser a different colour. Some of the suggestions that I've seen are that particular cruiser squadrons would be assigned the same colour if you're expecting multiple cruiser squadrons to fight together. And alternatively, other sources suggest that perhaps each cruiser squadron would have a series of different dye colours, but it would be regimented similarly for each cruiser squadron. So, for example, the lead cruiser would always have green, the second cruiser would always have blue, the third cruiser would always have red, or something along those lines, and so on and so forth. Once you get down to destroyers, it's just not worth it. So, but whether or not cruiser squadrons had them and exactly what colour breakdown each cruiser squadron had is much more variable depending on the navy in question, as opposed to battleships, where I say apart from the Germans, it's guaranteed that pretty much everybody either had them or had plans for them, and the French definitely had them equipped on cruisers. For example, the fight around Operation Torch, there's US ships that talk about multiple different colour spouts coming up, and obviously the French only had Jean Bart present in terms of capital ships, and it's not clear that Jean Bart ever received her die pack, so that fire had to have come from French cruisers. Soft Llama was asking, I was watching the Wednesday video on the King George V and was confused with the apparent tube or pipe running from the forward side portion of the forward superstructure from about 1/3 up from the main deck. In Iowa, where I grew up, schools had similar tubes for fire slides. Are these the same, and why are they there? If I've interpreted the question correctly, I think you're asking about this horizontal thing that you can see in this slide from the video on the King George V, where you can see what appears to be a tube running there from the lower left, just above the boat, to there on the upper right of the superstructure, just near the top of B turret. That is a boom arm. Used for raising and lowering things over the side of the ship, so it could be used for all sorts of things, including ammunition. And you can see it's fixed to the deck there and then stored against the side of the superstructure, and then when you want to lift something particularly weighty, you can then swing it out, pivots around where it's attached to the deck, hangs over the side, attach whatever you want, supplies, shells, etc., and they can be then hauled up onto the deck and stored into the vessel. At least if I've interpreted your question correctly. If you're referring to some other kind of tubular structure on the ship, please do let me know. Lord Nelson asks, whilst normal batteries could be recharged through snorkeling or above water travel, the Walter turbine seems to have worked through burning some kind of fancy fuel. How much of that fuel has a large Walter boat got on it, and so it's supposed to carry, and was there any planned backup option in case it ran out of fuel during an operation? Reserve batteries, methods to replenish the fuel via other U-boats, or creating it on board? So in terms of the special fuel, which high test hydrogen peroxide, not the most friendly of chemicals, it's not entirely certain how much fuel the big boats were supposed to carry. There were some fuel efficiency issues with the experimental units, but of course none of the big Walter boats were actually completed before the war ended. There were some smaller ones, like this one that's being fished out of the water, that were completed and then sunk, and then this one was salvaged, turned into HMS Meteorite after the war. Not exactly the world's most popular posting. So yeah, although there are some designs for the larger ocean-going fleet boats that were using the Walter propulsion, exactly how much fuel they were going to store and where they were going to store it, not exactly something that's known down to the last drop, at least as far as I'm aware. If you ran out of fuel, it would be like running out of diesel fuel. You're a bit stuffed unless you've got enough charge on your batteries to get somewhere useful. So you would still have battery power as well, just as a little backup there. Although obviously batteries aren't going to take you anywhere particularly fast. You're not going to want to try refueling hydrogen peroxide in the middle of the ocean. It's bad enough trying to do it on land. So yeah, that's basically the long and the short of it. The Walter boats would have had to be recharged back at base. you've got a little bit of battery power for backup, but you just have to watch your fuel meter and hope. And also hope they've solved the efficiency issues. Kevin Weber asks, during the US Civil War, there are a handful of accounts of 1 in a million shots, in a funny, weird kind of way, like opposing soldiers facing off at point-blank range and swearing that their bullets collided in mid-flight, solid shot colliding in mid-flight, and even the case of a cannon about to fire and then getting struck straight on and the ball lodging itself in the muzzle. Were there any similar accounts related to naval artillery, aside from accounts of shells that didn't detonate? Yeah, there's quite a few. A lot of them tend to date from before the 20th century, largely because the sheer number of projectiles going around in Age of Sail naval battles was considerably larger. So there are accounts from the Age of Sail of things like cannonballs hitting each other in midair, being seen to do so. There's slightly unfortunate accounts from the medieval period, for example, where I particularly remember one where a ship was basically about to completely demolish another ship. So from the fighting castle platforms, their missile firing units had gained the advantage, and there were only a few remaining deck defenders, and the larger ship was then about to send over a large boarding party. They sent over the large boarding party, obviously started to jump over the side, and literally as the first and best armoured wave jumped over the side, an unusually large swell that hadn't been around for most of the battle hit the ships, split the two ships apart briefly. The bit larger ship's boarding party fell down between the ships, and then when the swell went away, the two ships came back together again, so you can imagine what happened to the people in armour who were between the two ships, which somewhat radically changed the balance of power, and the smaller ship was then able to take the larger ship. There's also accounts of, I remember reading one account of a gunner who stuck his head out of a gun port to see what was going on, saw a nearby enemy ship fire a gun in his general direction. He ducked back in as he saw the flash of the touch hole going off, and as he ducked back in, the cannonball from the gun that had been fired came in through the gun port he just had his head through and sailed through the ship and went out a gun port on the other side. So did absolutely nothing, but for the matter of a split second would have taken his head off. And also, despite the fact obviously both ships are moving, etc., didn't hit anything on the way through the ship. There was another account I read from a fairly closely fought battle where a ship was actually in danger of going over, of rolling over, because I think it was the mainmast that had been hit and was in the process of breaking. I think the mast itself had broken, but the rigging was kind of holding it in place, and so it was canted at a very heavy angle, and with a lot of canvas and at that angle and the wind, the ship was heeling badly enough. They'd already had to close the gun ports on that side, and it looked like the ship might actually roll over completely. And just in the split second before it rolled over, another broadside of cannonballs was shot out that went high and managed to sever the rigging on the opposite side that was actually holding the mainmast up, and so the mainmast then, or what was after it, then went over into the drink, and the ship righted itself. So that was literally saved at the very last second. And then, of course, in World War II, you have a couple of accounts which I've mentioned before of one merchantman where a shallow-running torpedo was heading towards them, and the guy just put a .303 Enfield rifle over the edge, closed his eyes, said a quick prayer, pulled the trigger, and somehow managed to detonate the torpedo, thus saving the ship. That's a 1 in a million shot, especially since you're literally shooting blind. And similarly, one of the swordfish that was attacking the Scharnhorst during the Channel Dash appears to have been the single most unlucky torpedo strike aircraft in history, in that it got its underside ripped out by an 11-inch shell coming the other way. And then in an even more improbable set of circumstances, the lower part had been ripped away, but the wings were still vaguely intact, so that it went into the sea rather than just turning into confetti. Primark 359 asks, I'm rather fascinated by the tale of the accidental lightning pilot Taffy Holden. Are you aware of any equivalent tales of a naval officer who made a massive error in judgment but escaped reprisal because of them successfully resolving their mistake? Well, by any measure of the time, Nelson taking HMS Captain into the heart of the Spanish fleet at the Battle of Cape St Vincent was a colossal error in judgment, and as well as going against explicit orders, and it pretty much was. I mean, Captain was in no fit state to even continue operating as a blockading ship, let alone a combat vessel by the end of it. Came very close to being overwhelmed, and it was only a combination of Admiral Jervis appreciating what Nelson was trying to do and ordering some ships to go in and help him, and the fact that when Captain was basically at the point of no return as a warship, Nelson decided to board a much larger vessel than himself, and then succeeded in boarding another even bigger vessel over that one, that he recovered the situation. And Admiral Jervis, later Admiral St Vincent, was basically of the opinion when he saw Nelson doing it that it kind of, yes, he is violating orders. Yes, this is a colossally bad thing to do. He's either going to get himself killed or he's going to fail, in which case he's going to be horribly court-martialed. Or if he succeeds, then fair enough, we'll give him all due credit. And luckily for Nelson, he succeeded. And I mean, there are a lot of instances where somebody was called up before senior officers for doing something rather spectacularly stupid, but then let off because it hadn't caused any harm or because it actually turned out to be of benefit. But then when you're talking about entire warships, the thing is, an entire warship is usually such a huge thing with so many men on board and so many procedures to go to that it's very difficult to do a sustained series of catastrophic misjudgments that'll end up in a situation where you're faced with a really serious situation and then you're also able to get out of it. It usually either ends incredibly badly or it gets stopped part way. The kind of thing like with Nelson that kind of dies off as more regulated abilities to control your ships come into play with steam, etc. But it is the kind of story that will happen occasionally, so if anyone knows some amusing instances of it, please do let us know in the comments. Golf2428 asks, I was watching Greyhound, and I have questions. Why was a Fletcher escorting a convoy right after Pearl Harbor? Why is an anti-aircraft Fletcher escorting a convoy aside from a time jump? And how do they shoot depth charges out to a distance? Also, are the decoys a real thing? So in reverse order, towed decoys or noisemakers for ships and noisemakers that were deployed from U-boats are definitely a thing in World War II, albeit they're a thing towards the end of World War II when, acoustic homing torpedoes and such start being a problem. As far as shooting depth charges out to a distance, that actually does happen. You can chuck depth charges over the back on rails, which is the standard way of deploying depth charges, and of course you have things like Hedgehog and Limbo, but you also have the so-called K guns and Y guns, which allow you to shoot depth charges in all sorts of directions, usually left or right, port and starboard, or aft, out to some distance. So that part is realistic. As far as why is an anti-aircraft Fletcher escorting a convoy, I think that's largely an artifact of the fact that they used USS Kidd for a lot of the real world shots, and of course Kidd is configured as a late war era Fletcher, amongst other things. And as far as why is a Fletcher period escorting a convoy right after Pearl Harbor, well, that's not particularly realistic. The US wasn't going to use its latest and greatest fleet destroyers escorting Atlantic convoys. For the most part, there were one or two Fletchers that did Atlantic convoy escort work, but not really that many of them, and certainly not in the time period straight after Pearl Harbor. So again, the Fletcher being the escorting vessel, I think it comes down to, once more, the fact that they're using USS Kidd as their real-world backdrop, and it would be difficult to use what is quite clearly a Fletcher-class interior and some exteriors, and then have a CGI model of something that is different to a Fletcher when it comes to, the exterior shots. So 6 and 1/2 dozen of the other. I mean, if there was a earlier war US destroyer or something like that they could use, then obviously it would have been better to use that. But in the grand scheme of things, the fact that they were willing to do a lot of shots aboard an actual warship, I can forgive them for then adapting that actual warship, even if it's fractionally inaccurate for the Atlantic campaign, into the movie. Of course, if it had been filmed in Canada, they could use Sackville or something like that. Hi Bacon Bomb asks, in your opinion, who has the best naming convention for ships, and why is the naming convention for the Royal Navy so different between classes? Like, there's some named after people, some named after trees or dogs. There doesn't seem to be a lot of uniformity. I mean, it depends what you're looking for with a naming policy. If you want a naming policy that's easy to recognize and easy to tell roughly what kind of ship it is just from a glance, then the American and World War II Japanese ones have a fair bit to go for them. Because if it's, well, you look at it, it's like, is it named after, let's say for the Japanese, is a ship named after a prefecture or state equivalent of Japan? Then it's a capital ship. Is it named after some kind of mythical creature like a phoenix? Then it's a carrier. Is it named after a mountain? Well, then it's a battle cruiser, or possibly later on a heavy cruiser. Is it named after, otherwise named after some kind of major landscape feature? Well, then it's probably a cruiser. And if it's named after a tide or a breeze, it's probably a destroyer. And likewise with the US, is it named after a state? Well, then it's a battleship. Is it named after a fish? Well, then it's a submarine. Is it named after a random person that you may or may not have ever heard of? Well, it's probably a destroyer at that point. And is it named after a town or a city? Well, then it's a cruiser. The only thing that gets a little bit confusing is the carrier naming, because they start off, Lexington, Saratoga, Yorktown, with famous old battles, and then you get Enterprise, Hornet, and Wasp, where they're bringing back very old ship names, Essex as well. And then it kind of diverges into all sorts of weird and wonderful stuff for the Essex class, where you've got some old battles, you've got some things like fantasy things like Shangri-La, you've got people, land battles as well as sea battles, and then they start running out of battles. You have a USS Midway launched not too many years after Midway. USS Philippine Sea is launched almost as soon as the smoke is cleared from the Philippine Sea. There's Leyte, obviously Leyte Gulf as well. So the US has a fair amount to recommend it in terms of just easily recognizing what the ship is from the type of name it has, with the exception of, say, of the carriers. With the Royal Navy, that's an example of a different type. See, the Royal Navy, I think, has some of the best names. And I'm not saying that just as a British person. That's, if you're going to name your ship something like Devastation or Thunderer or Conqueror, Defiance, Warrior, you're not exactly being all too subtle about what you're using your ships for, are you? And it's fitting for warships, I guess. Then again, a number of other European navies have similar naming conventions. It's just they're in slightly different languages, obviously. So the French have things like Formidable, Intrépide, etc. Fougueux, for that matter. It's roughly the same thoughts, just obviously it means more to them in their language than the English equivalent means to them, and likewise the English equivalent means more to me than the French version does. So, take that as you will. As far as the Royal Navy's naming convention generally being different between classes, it's partly a reflection of the fact that for a very long time the Royal Navy just had so many ships that coming up with a single large naming convention to cover a specific type was just pointless. And also because the Royal Navy has quite a long history, there are a number of names that show up very early that they want to continue, but because the original collection was a collection of royal ships, which were somewhat schizophrenically named anyway, and a bunch of private ships, there was no real uniformity to those names. So as a result, the Royal Navy, apart from identifying specific classes, has never really had particular uniformity when it comes to naming conventions. So when you look at, say, just the Queen's ships, as opposed to anything else, at the Battle of the Spanish Armada campaign, this is a series of battles, you've got some that you might recognise all through history as Royal Navy ship names, like Achates, Antelope, Ark Royal, Dreadnought, Revenge, Swiftsure, Victory, Vanguard, Triumph, Tiger, non-Parai or sans Parai, depending on how you go for it, Lion, etc. But you might also see ships whose names you probably haven't heard of outside of the Armada, if you've heard of them at all. Aid, Bull, Disdain, Fancy, Hope, Spy, Sun, Tramontana, whatever that means, Galley Bonavolia, I think, which was probably an inheritance from her father. But then you look into other ships in the English fleet that faced off against the Spanish Armada, and some names you find in merchant vessels that are then obviously taken up by the Royal Navy much later on, and the name is maintained. Now, a lot of the merchant names are two-part and quite often named after various people that either own them or that they want to flatter. There's also the makeshift, which, yeah, you can understand why they didn't keep that one going. But Antelope, Centurion, Hercules, the wonderfully named Minion. There was another Tiger in the merchant ships, but that was already obviously covered. Those ships are commonly known as Royal Navy ship names, but they originally seem to have been adopted out of merchant ships that were sent in. There's a couple of different Mary Roses in there as well, but none of them are obviously Henry VIII's one. And so, with such a slightly bizarre collection of ships to start with, the Royal Navy has always had they've had occasional themes, so they might take up a Greek heroes theme for a bit, or a qualities theme for a bit, but they just bounce around between lots of different themes for different classes, and nothing makes particularly great sense. I mean, you look at, for example, World War I cruisers, you have various small runs, then you have the Arethusas, which are mostly Greek mythology based, then you have the towns, which are English towns, then they go on to or British towns I should say, then you go on to the seas, which is just things that begin with C. The D's and the E's are similar, but then you have the Hawkins, which goes for Elizabethan naval heroes, and yeah, it is a little bit all over the place. And then, of course, when you get into later periods, as the Royal Navy downsizes, they start to put together complete random grab bags of the best names that they want to preserve, even though those ships might be hilariously inappropriately sized compared to what they were before. For example, in World War I, Marlborough is a battleship. In more recent periods, Marlborough is a frigate. Iron Duke, similarly. Dave asks, have you ever looked into the 468 AD Battle of Cape Bon? It's in the top 3 worst amphibious disasters of all time, competing with the Sea People's assault on the Nile and Gallipoli, and as it guaranteed the fall of the Western Roman Empire. I mean, I'm aware of it. I haven't looked into it in any particularly great detail other than being aware of the general outline of it, which is obviously it's the Vandals versus what we'd call today the Byzantine Navy trying to rescue the Western Roman Empire. The Byzantine admirals don't seem to have been up to all that much in terms of being tactically aware. The Vandals, on the other hand, were pretty darn effective and used a combination of fire ships and their own ships to destroy a good chunk of the Roman fleet, and with the Romans unable to then control Roman North Africa, the income revenue from that being lost meant there was no chance of them financing the reconquest of the Western Roman Empire, which seems to be a consistent thing with the Byzantines. They theoretically have the resources on hand, and then through some catastrophic blunder they manage to lose a massive resource generating portion of their empire, which means they no longer have the resources on hand, and it just spirals down and down and down from there. So yeah, so not looked at it in tremendous detail though. Dave also recommends a antiquity focused YouTuber called Maorianus, I think, that he recommends maybe a collaboration with. I'd be open to that if he is, and I apologise for horribly mangling his name, as I'm sure I have done. So we'll see what happens from that. Next question says, during my last visit to Georgios Averof, a Navy officer was giving a tour to a small group of people. I overheard him telling them that at the Battle of Lemnos, whilst the Royal Hellenic Navy was pursuing the Ottoman Navy, Rear Admiral Kontoriotis, possibly, ordered the sailors to set their hammocks on fire on and around the decks of the ship in order to create a smoke screen. He also told them that he ordered the gunners to put ice cylinders in the guns to prevent them from overheating. He described these tactics as genius. Would such a smoke screen be effective? Would it be safe for the ship? Given that during the pursuit Averof was constantly firing her guns, wouldn't the smoke screen make the gunner's job harder? And wouldn't the ice do more harm than good to the rifling of the guns? Did ships of that era even have ice plants? I've studied both the battles of Ely and Lemnos, and I couldn't find a source for mentioning the above actions. I can't recall hearing about either of these myself either. Now, of the two, the hammocks one I can kind of see the argument for. Although why the ship wouldn't just generate its own smokescreen by controlling the rate of consumption of fuel, I don't know. But I suppose actually in that era that might have been a bit harder to do, not being oil-fired and all. I can see, yes, setting fire to hammocks scattered over the deck would create a kind of smokescreen that might make the Averof harder to target. And if it's moving at a relatively decent clip, the smoke probably wouldn't interfere too badly with the gunners on the ship, but it would have a relatively minimal effect, period, because unless you piled it high enough to generate loads of smoke, at which point you've set your own deck on fire, congratulations, it's not going to do too much. The only sort of utility I can see is that thin wisps of greyish smoke, especially if it's concentrated on the bow and washing over the ship, at long range with the sunlight reflecting off of it, might break up the outline of the superstructure and the funnels, which is what most rangefinders would use to aim at, which in turn might make it a little bit harder to spot. But it would be a marginal tactic at best. But there might be some play to it, although I'd say I've never heard of it being used in that battle before. The ice in the guns, that I would question. Rapidly cooling, putting water, even spraying water in hot gun barrels to cool them down is a little bit risky, but putting ice in hot guns is a good way to cause micro cracks, which is going to do the opposite of keeping the guns in service. Also, where would you find 9.2 inch caliber ice cylinders on the ship? Refrigeration does exist at this point, so the Averof having ice aboard is not out of the question, but ice cylinders that just happen to fit the barrels of the guns are somewhat less likely, unless somebody was planning this ahead of time and had taken a bunch of empty cartridge cases or something for the guns that had cartridge cases and filled them with water and stuck them in the freezer compartment. But even then, I'd question the efficacy and suggest that perhaps it might actually have had that such an action might have more negative effects than positive ones. Throwing maybe loose crushed ice in with a bit of water to try and cool the guns down when they're getting overly hot, that maybe I can see as a thing, but I don't think custom made ice cylinders are likely. Alec Hruby asks, why didn't the US refit all the older standard battleships that had 14-inch guns with the 14-inch 50 cal Mark B? And why didn't the US Navy try to increase the speed of the standards to more usable speeds during their pre-war or wartime refits and rebuilds? So I guess there's two parts to that. The upgrading of speed, I think I've covered earlier in this Drydock with a similar question, so I'll refer you to that one. But in terms of refitting the older ships with 14-inch 50 cal guns, there are a few issues with that, because as you mentioned, the Mark B upgraded guns that you find on things like the Pennsylvania, not the Pennsylvanias, on the Tennessees and the New Mexicos, they are 14-inch 50 caliber weapons, whereas what you find on the New York, Texas, Nevada, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania and Arizona are 14-inch 45 caliber weapons, and there is actually a marked difference in weight. The 1445s are just a fraction over 60 tons. the 14-inch 50s are just over 80 tons, so that's a 20-ton difference. So for every 3 guns, every 3 14-inch 50 guns you might put in, that's the weight of an entire 14-inch 45 caliber weapon. So given that you've got either 10 guns on the New York, Texas, Nevada, and Oklahoma, or 12 guns on Pennsylvania and Arizona, it means that if you're putting in 3 guns for every 4, then for your 10-gun ships, you're going to be going down to 8 guns. You're either going down to 8 guns and being still slightly overweight, or 7 guns. So you might get away with, say, just on the weight basis, with taking down, maybe removing the amidships turret on Texas and New York. You'd have to remove an entire twin turret on Nevada and Oklahoma, or on a 12-gun ship, you'd be taking off 3 entire guns. You'd be removing an entire triple turret, probably the aft super firing turret, to compensate for the weight loss, and taking the firepower down that much in order to get a slightly more powerful 14-inch gun, not really going to be seen as particularly desirable. And on top of that, that's just the weight of the gun issue. Admittedly, taking off the turrets, you'll probably regain in a bit of weight as well. But the other problem is, of course, the 14-inch 50 is a longer gun, so the mountings for the 14-inch 45s won't be in the right place to have the 14-inch 50s balanced. The training and elevation machinery won't be spec'd to handle the additional weight. The loading mechanisms, they might be able to handle it at the original mounting point, but if you're going to rebalance it, move the mounting points around, then all your loading mechanisms are going to have to move as well. The turret may end up being too small at that point. And of course, being a more powerful gun, it's going to have more recoil, which means the gun pits for the higher elevations and the safety distances are all going to be different, so you're going to have to change all of those. So basically, to refit a 14-inch 45 caliber armed ship with 14-inch 50s, A, you're going to have to reduce the armament in all likelihood, and B, you're going to have to completely redo the interior of the turret, and it's just far too expensive for a relatively small change in overall firepower. And actually, your overall firepower level is probably going to decrease, because although your individual guns are hitting slightly harder, you're going to be down 2 or 3 guns. So you're going to be down about 20-25% of your armament, which isn't necessarily a good thing. Duke of Petchington asks, Drac, you mentioned in a previous Drydock something about if the QE class had used 3 triple 15-inch turrets, they could reduce the overall length of the ship. Wouldn't it be better to keep the length of the ship long-term and use the internal space for more things like machinery, boilers, fuel storage, etc.? In theory, yes. What I meant was you could shorten the citadel length. You could keep the hull length the same if you wanted to, but it would mean you needed less armour, and you get +1 gun. I mean, I know I didn't choose a hull with casements, but I've roughly threw together an idea of a 1616 QE and Ultimate Admiral Dreadnoughts, which you can see here. This was one of the things which was kind of the start of what me and Dr. Clark have loosely termed between us the triple forward alternate universe for the Royal Navy, where basically you start off with something akin to this, obviously with casement guns, and triple 15 Queen Elizabeth, and then the Revenge class follow-ons, where they're trying to make it smaller and cheaper, go for an all-forward armament layout, because that allows the citadel to be smaller, which allows the ship to be smaller overall. And then, having now established that triple turrets and an all-forward layout works, that's where you get things like the all-triple forward hood that I showed a few episodes back. The renowns of obviously 2 triples forward instead. It gets very, very fun after that. Candor asks, while underdog tactical victories can be driven by brilliance on one side or incompetence on the other, a lot of naval grand strategies where a weaker fleet has to face a stronger fleet are often evaluated as fanciful and or seem to be held together by a fierce desire to not see a war as hopeless. For example, the Germans in World War I, the Jeu de Colle, powers who put a lot of stock in surface raiding, and the Japanese in World War II. Discounting risk fleet type strategies where you're attempting to avoid fighting a war at all, what strategies have worked out best for the underdog, or had the best chance of succeeding but failed due to the execution rather than the root idea being flawed. So some of it does depend to a certain degree on your opponent, but adopting a new technological innovation that gives you a decisive advantage, which is a sort of complete counterplay to your opponent if your opponent is larger, can be a very good underdog strategy, assuming that your opponent is hidebound enough to not adopt the same strategy quickly enough. Now, various navies have tried it. The French, for example, during the 19th century were constantly at this, whether it be developing the first steam-powered battleship, the first ironclad warship, making various advances in steel technology, breech-loading guns, etc. The thing that they were constrained by was the fact that the British proved, relatively speaking, mostly willing and able to adopt most of these new technologies pretty quickly and in greater numbers and, in some cases, better execution. But the flip side to that is the reason there's an armada picture up at the moment. The British, or English at that point, victory over the Spanish Armada, okay, yeah, it was as much about luck and good winds as anything else, but the fact that they were able to hold off the Spanish in the Channel was thanks in large part to their adoption of race-built galleons, which allowed them to engage in slightly longer range firefights rather than one broadside on board, which had been the standard up till that point. And it meant that the comparatively weaker English fleet could fight the Armada in something approximating a toe-to-toe environment. If they got close, the Armada would absolutely trounce them in boarding actions, but the fact that they could maintain this cannonade at long range was just enough for them to, at least for the most part, keep the Armada at arm's length until, luck, fireships, and the weather could take over. They did still have some older style ships with them in the English fleet, and one thing that's not widely appreciated, the English fleet actually technically outnumbered the Spanish Armada, but the Spanish Armada massively outmassed the English fleet because they had slightly fewer but a lot larger ships in overall. So technological innovation can help if you either keep it secret enough from your enemy that it doesn't realize what they're doing, or you have an enemy who's a bit slow on the adoption. Other underdog strategies that have worked pretty well have involved making sure that your opponent is distracted. So let's say you can only build a fleet that's 40% as strong as your opponent, so way below the threshold for risk fleet strategy. But if you can either get allies to distract your opponent, or you sit back and wait until your opponent is sufficiently distracted by something, whether that be colonization, potential threats, spreading their navy out basically across wider areas, then you can get local superiority and then hit them very hard, wipe out a chunk of the enemy force, and then that brings the odds much closer to parity, especially in the Age of Sail, where perhaps a good chunk of the ships that you've destroyed or captured will, obviously in the case of captures, end up in your own fleet. It is a bit of a risky one to play, but you can therefore play a fleet that's so much smaller than your opponents that they don't really register you as too much of a direct aggressive threat right until you snatch a good chunk of their fleet out from under them. And that has worked at various points in the past, although obviously it's quite a difficult one to pull off. Another thing for the underdog is something that works very well for any kind of small, particularly smaller navy compared to the local hegemon or global hegemon at the time, which is that rather than try and compete in numbers, which you'll always lose, or to try and compete by building lots of smaller ships to beef your numbers up even further, which again you'll still always lose, because both of those situations your opponent can just build more than you can, is to instead go for quality over quantity. So instead of having dozens and dozens and dozens of ships, you maybe only have a dozen ships, but you make sure that those ships are absolutely top line, packed to the gunnels with technology, firepower, and generally, like, one-on-one could beat the standard ship that your opponent might bring to the table quite handily. It's just that your opponent will take up in the fact that they have many ships, so they could mob you, but it means that they then have to commit large numbers of ships, which they might not be able to do because they have other things to do. This was the strategy behind the US ship of the line fleet in the aftermath of the War of 1812. They recognised they could never build a ship of the line fleet to counter the Royal Navy, so they tried to build a bunch of 74s and some first rates that were just so heavily armed that individually, sure, they could probably take on, assuming that the designs worked out, a first rate or a 74 from any other navy with a reasonable chance of victory, which then forces your opponent navy to bring in 2 or 3 ships for every one of yours. And sure, they can do that and they can win, but is it worth them doing so? And it means that unless your enemies are now moving in groups, you have something of a freedom of action. So, I mean, that does work out both as a deterrent and a method of warfare. For the Americans in particular, it didn't work out too brilliantly because it turns out the British weren't actually interested in fighting them again. But for, say, the Swedes, it kind of did work out. They built some very, very nice coastal defence ships, and although their coastal defence ships theoretically could have been overwhelmed by the Kriegsmarine, the Kriegsmarine took one look at it and went, we don't think we can pull this off whilst maintaining all our other commitments, which is the single biggest weakness of a large power with a large navy, is they tend to have a lot of commitments to cover with that navy. And then, of course, you also have the surprise attack. Japan is kind of the case study for this. The surprise attack, for them, has both worked and not worked historically. Against the Russians in the Russo-Japanese War, it worked pretty well. It eliminated a good chunk of the Russian Pacific Fleet, which was some of their best and brightest, pretty early in the war, blockaded the rest, and they were able to attrition that down, taking out a good number of Russia's best officers and some of their best ships, which then meant that once the Second Pacific Squadron or Second Pacific Fleet showed up, they were in a position to destroy that as well. Whereas if the Second Pacific Squadron had arrived and the original Russian Pacific Squadron was still intact, then those two fleets sailing together could have sandwiched the Japanese, and that could have ended very differently for them. Of course, the flip side to that is trying to pull off roughly the same kind of idea against the US Pacific Fleet in World War II. Well, that didn't work out quite so well for them, did it? Andreas Hildebrand asks, how good or how bad were the German pre-dreadnoughts and armoured cruisers, and how did they compare to their British counterparts? So, with the German pre-dreadnoughts, the first 3 classes I wouldn't really write home about all that much. The very first effort, a true pre-dreadnought battleship, actually had 6 11-inch guns, but 2 of them were in an amidships turret with a very limited arc of fire. The materials they were made out of weren't particularly brilliant or up to date, and that amidships turret was also shorter barreled than the other 2, which kind of ruined the point of having a vaguely uniform main armament. There's a reason the Germans ended up selling a couple of them to Turkey. They then went with the next 2 classes for ships that had a primary armament of 9.4-inch guns, largely on the basis of more rapid rate of fire, and at close range they thought the 9.4 could punch through pre-dreadnought battleship armour anyway, which I suppose in theory there was a fair bit of logic to it at the time in the late 1800s, 1890s, but it turns out events rather overtook them with the advent of, better rangefinders enabling long-range fire, and suddenly the armour-piercing performance of a 9.4-inch gun dropped off rather quickly, which left them looking a bit silly in a realm of ships that were otherwise armed with 11, 12 or 13-inch guns. So, glossing over those, if we want to look at the 2 remaining classes of German pre-dreadnought that actually kind of fit into the conventional pre-dreadnought mould, the Braunschweig maybe, and Deutschland class, they are roughly contemporaneous with the King Edward the 7th class of the Royal Navy. So if we compare them, the Braunschweig, I'm going to call them Braunschweig going forward, are about 13,000 tons, and the same for the Deutschlands. The King Edwards are 15 going on 16,000 tons for normal load, so they're a bit smaller, so obviously their capabilities aren't necessarily going to be up to par with something considerably larger than them. Everyone's hovering at around 18 knots speed, which is fairly standard for late era pre-dreadnoughts, kind of 18 to 19 knots. The armour is a little bit varied, but they're actually all again within the same ballpark, around about 9 inches or thereabouts for the main belt. The range is about the same again. So you might be asking, well, with all of this, why are the British spending another 2,000 tons or so on this? Although the Deutschlands are a little bit short range for my liking. It's on the armament. So the Braunschweig and Deutschland classes both have 2 pairs of 11-inch guns as their main battery. The King Edwards have 12-inch guns, which are the more conventional ones for most pre-dreadnoughts at the time. And then the secondaries. So the Braunschweigs and the Deutschlands are both sticking with the classic pre-dreadnought layout of a tertiary armament of approximately 6-inch guns. In their case, it's 6.7-inch guns, both classes having 14 of those guns, and then various smaller anti-torpedo boat guns, whereas the King Edwards are beginning to show what you might say is the first signs of the semi-dreadnought period. So they're not all big gun, but they are adopting larger guns for some of their batteries. So they've got 4 single 9.2-inch guns, 2 single turrets per side, and then they have 10 6-inch guns as well. So they're effectively swapping 4 of the medium caliber weapons that the German ships have for 4 much larger weapons. Now, in the period of the early 1900s where battle ranges have got up to thousands of yards but have not hit tens of thousands of yards, that and the 12-inch guns being just a fraction larger does give the King Edwards a little bit of a firepower advantage. And obviously the 9.2s can reach out a bit further than 6s or 6.7s can, but it's not a world-breaking advantage, let's say. For their displacement, the Braunschweigs and the Deutschlands are perfectly fine, and considering that the immediate preceding ships that the Royal Navy builds, the Duncan class, are more in the line of the German displacement. They're about just over 13,000 tons. They have 12 6-inch guns as their secondary battery and only a 7-inch belt. I'd say the German pre-dreadnoughts, the true ones at least, those 2 classes, sit pretty comfortably alongside the average British pre-dreadnought of the time in terms of capability. Now, when it comes to the armoured cruisers, unfortunately it's very difficult to do any kind of direct side-by-side comparison because, actually, to be frank, both navies' armoured cruiser designs during the period when they're both building armoured cruisers are completely all over the place when it comes to capabilities. So, for example, if you compare, looking at the Germans, because the Germans obviously built fewer of them, you look at First Bismarck, laid down in 1896. The sole member of its class. It has 4 9.4-inch guns, 7.9 inches of armour. It's 11,500 tons. It's near enough as makes no difference, actually, just a very, very slightly scaled down version of what the Germans are going to be building around about that same time period as a pre-dreadnought battleship anyway. Their contemporary is roughly the same displacement, the Diadem class, at 11,000 tons. But the Diadem class is following a completely different design principle. They have 16 6-inch guns, and they're also listed as a first-class protected cruiser anyway. The first restart of British armoured cruiser production is contemporary with the Prinz Heinrich. The Prinz Heinrich has only half the number of 9.4-inch guns, just a pair of them, and its armour has halved from 7.9 inches to 3.9 inches. The displacement has dropped to just under 10,000 tons, whereas the Cresses have gone up to 12,000 tons compared to the Diadems. They have a pair of 9.2-inch guns as well. 9.2-inch guns, so roughly comparable to the pair of 9.4s on Prinz Heinrich. But they have 12 6-inch guns as opposed to 10 5.9s. But as I said, they are considerably larger and they're considerably better protected. They have 6-inch armour as opposed to 3.9-inch armour. Then, as you move on, you have the next British class, which is roughly contemporaneous with the Prince Adalbert and Friedrich Karl, the next two German armoured cruisers. That has the same pair of 9.2-inch guns, and it goes up to 16 6-inch guns, and the displacement goes up to just over 14,000 tons, keeping the 6-inch belt, whereas the German ones have changed again, so they're back up to 4 big guns, but they're 4 8.3-inch guns instead of 9.4s. They're still only the 3.9-inch armour belt, and they're about the same displacement as the Prince Heinrich at just under 10,000 tons. Then you move on, 1902, 1903, you've got the Rune and York, and their contemporaries. Now it's the British turn to change up things. They've now dropped down to 9,800 tons. The Germans have gone up to 10,200 tons, and it's the much derided Monmouth class for the British, which just have 14 6-inch guns. So they've completely dropped the heavy guns, just gone for massive numbers of 16-inch guns, but gone for a little bit more speed at 23 knots. Rune and York are a bit slower at 21 knots. Belt armour on the Monmouths has dropped down to 4 inches. So the Rune and York now have contemporary belt armour of 3.9 inches there, except now Rune and York are carrying four 8.3-inch guns similar to the previous two, as well as 10 6-inch guns. Monmouth's not really particularly well rated by anybody in the Royal Navy, even though they end up building a fair number of them. Then you have Scharnhorst and Gneisenau, the ones that Admiral Spee would lead in the East Asia Squadron. They're 1904, 1905 vintage ships. And, of course, they now have 8 8.3-inch guns, albeit that some of them are encasemaents that can't range out as far as the pair of twin turrets, and a notional battery of 5.9-inch guns. The armour, for the first time since First Bismarck, has gone up. Now that has 5.9-inch or 6-inch armour, and they're displacing about 13,000 tons. And their contemporaries, 1904, 1905, are split. So you've got the Devonshires and the Duke of Edinburghs and the associated warriors. Now, the Devonshires compare not particularly brilliantly. They've got 4 7.5-inch guns, 6 6-inch guns, 11,000 ton displacement, and 6 inches of armour. So similar armour, arguably inferior firepower, which, to be honest, 3,000 tons less is not exactly surprising. But then you have, at the same time, the Duke of Edinburghs being built, which are just a fraction lighter than the Scharnhorsts. But they have 6 9.2-inch guns. Now, the Germans have 8 of their own guns, but the flip side is the Duke of Edinburghs are all in gun turrets. So the Duke of Edinburgh broadside is slightly less, but it can put its entire broadside out to a fairly long range, whereas the Germans can't, and then it goes with mass 6-inch guns. But then the Warriors, they have the same 6 9.2-inch gun armament. So again, a 4-gun broadside versus a 6-gun broadside for the heavy guns, but they now also have 4 7.5-inch guns. So, overall, the overall weight of heavy guns on the British, some of the British Scharnhorst contemporaries is a bit heavier, others are somewhat lighter. Everyone's running around with 6-inch armour, unless, of course, actually all the Devonshires, Duke of Edinburgh's warriors, everyone's got 6-inch armour. So Scharnhorst and Gneisenau now arguably they're better than the Devonshires. I'd say about equal to the Duke of Edinburgh's, maybe fractionally inferior to the Warriors, and they're all much of a muchness of a time period. And then, of course, you get Blucher, which is halfway to a battle cruiser. The Minotaurs, therefore, don't really have quite a match, but the Minotaurs are built just fractionally later than the Scharnhorst, and, of course, now they have 4 9.2-inch guns, so slightly dropping down on the 9.2s, but they also have 10 single 7.5s, 5 per broadside, so they are decisively superior to the Scharnhorst in terms of overall firepower, and again 6-inch armour, 23 knots speed. The Germans capable of about the same 22.5 knots. So You can compare class by class and see who's got an advantage when and where, but to be perfectly honest, because both sides' armoured cruiser designs go radically all over the place, it's impossible to pin down who had the better of it, because in various years one side has an advantage and then the next year the other side has the advantage, with of course the British having just so many more of them. And you can see just how quickly these kinds of things change, because the Monmouths, bear in mind, the Monmouths are built between 1901 and 1903. The Scharnhorsts are only built 3 or 4 years later, in 2 or 3 years in some cases, but the Scharnhorsts show that they are demonstrably far better than the Monmouths at the Battle of Coronel, when Monmouth herself is sunk. Conversely, the Minotaurs, which are only a year after the Scharnhorsts, Admiral von Spee was quite worried about the prospect that HMS Defence might show up for the Battle of Coronel, and that's just one ship against two. So yeah, I'd say on average the armoured cruiser thing is probably about a wash, but it's hugely variable. Snowstalker 36 asks, what do you consider the biggest side effect of the Great Kanto earthquake in World War II? Amagi being replaced by the slower Kaga, or the lessons the US Navy learned from the Honda Point disaster? I think the latter by a fair distance. Having 2 Amagi-class carriers would be nice for the Japanese. It would make the Kido Butai just that fraction faster. And, I mean, you could argue it would make costs a little bit less, because when they redeveloped Akagi and Kaga, instead of having to redevelop one and then completely redevelop the other, they could have redeveloped one and gone, right, copy-paste, which would have saved a bit of time and money. So you might be able to argue that might have accelerated the rest of their carrier program a bit, because they would have had a bit more money, a bit more time, a bit more dock space. But ultimately it doesn't change all that much. Kaga was a fairly capable carrier. And in the end, if you substitute in Amagi for Kaga, what changes? Well, Pearl Harbor has like 2 or 3 more aircraft per wave, maybe. Not a massive change. Nothing much changes in any of the other actions Kaga's involved in, because she's not involved in too many more. And then you have Midway. Is the combined fleet going to move any faster just because it doesn't have Kaga with it? Not really. Is a theoretical Amagi just as vulnerable as Kaga is to the amount of pounding that Kaga took at Midway? Yes. Is her anti-aircraft armament that much different? Not particularly. And then that's the end of that. So, since Akagi was sunk at the same time anyway, there's just a few slight butterflies as a result of Amagi and Akagi being in service instead of Akagi and Kaga, whereas the hard-won lessons that the US got from Honda Point, I know it sounds harsh, but they could afford to lose a few Wicks and Clemson class and replace them as long as they didn't lose too many men. And that stood the US Navy in good stead for the rest of the interwar period when it came to learning about navigation and operations and such like. So probably a lot more useful lessons learned and effects thereof from the Honda Point disaster than from the loss of a single battlecruiser hull. Andrew Waite asks, are there noteworthy examples of improvised or ad hoc armour fitted to warships? Yeah, there's quite a few. I mean, everyone's seen the hammocks that were put around Japanese carrier islands as a means of splinter protection. There's the tarmac armour or asphalt armour that was devised to protect merchant ship wheelhouses against machine gun fire. And back in the earlier periods of armour, there was some rather notable improvised sections, such as the fight between USS Kearsarge and CSS Alabama. In that case, Kearsarge, which was not an armoured vessel, improvised some armour for its most vital parts using lengths of chain. It's not the best armour. In the rest of the Civil War, various ships did try it, and it turns out it's actually fairly impractical and expensive for long-term fighting, because as chain it tends to be broken when it gets hit, which then obviously doesn't have any further protective value and can create some annoying splinters. But when you're going up against a ship with relatively few guns and you just need an initial advantage in a close quarters melee, which is what Kearsarge wanted, then it works perfectly well, because in that kind of battle, a few lucky hits with big guns to something like the machinery spaces could decide the fight. And if Kearsarge can get 2 or 3 rounds of protection off of its armour whilst it does detrimental damage to Alabama, then it wins, which is basically what happened. Connor Johnson asks, much is made about how the triple screw design of Bismarck was a design flaw and was a significant factor in her loss because she was unable to manoeuvre. If Bismarck had 4 propellers and suffered the same damage with one rudder locked in a hard turn, do you think she could actually have gotten away? I mean, having one of the rudders jammed in the way that they did is never a good thing. Having 4 screws would mean it's easier to try and steer with the screws, but steering via the screws, even in 4-shaft designs, is a little bit imprecise and was mostly a feature that was useful if the steering was if the conventional steering with the rudders was disabled. Bismarck having her rudders disabled, but also disabled in such a way that it sent her in a turn, really didn't help. So I think even a 4-screw twin rudder Bismarck, if her rudders are jammed, is still going to struggle to manoeuvre. She might not struggle quite as much, but the other thing is a 4-screw design, as you can probably guess from looking at this view of her stern, would require a completely redesigned stern. And if you look at most 4-screw ships, the propellers tend to be just slightly further away from the rudder than they were on this, at least the central screw there. Not all the time, but it is a trend. Because one of the concerns when they noticed that the rudder was jammed and they couldn't unjam it, they thought, well, we could send divers down and blow the rudder off. The problem was that the amount of explosive you need to blow the rudder off, it was felt might actually damage the screws, at which point you're back to square one. In fact, worse than square one, because now you're not even able to move fast. At least with the rudder jammed, Bismarck could move, relatively speaking, quickly in circles. So if the stern's redesigned to accommodate 4-shaft propulsion, and that 4-shaft propulsion is perhaps slightly further away from the rudders in the way that some 4-shaft propulsion was, then having the rudder jammed might not be so much of a problem, because they might feel more confident in putting a diver down to blow the rudder. And even if the propellers are a bit closer, they might take the bargain that, maybe even if the 2 central propellers are closer to the rudder than is for comfort, if you've still got an outboard port and an outboard starboard propeller that are quite far away, well, blow the rudder anyway, and if you do happen to screw up your inner propellers, well, you can still both maneuver to a certain degree and move, generally using your 2 outer propellers, and that might let you get away. But it's such a complete redesign of the ship, you might as well look at almost any 4-shaft ship, like say a King George V, maybe not the Skeg-equipped US ships, because the Skegs are a whole other factor entirely, and then say, well, if a rudder has been jammed at the same angle that Bismarck's was, could this ship have gotten away by some method? And well, they have a better chance, put it that way. It wouldn't guarantee survival, but it certainly would have a better chance of it. Gabriel A. Hawkins asks, I liked your recent post on Unryu. Thank you very much. Do you think it would have been possible from a fuel and or any other perspective to send 1 or 2 Unryus out in conjunction with Yamato in Operation Tengo? And if so, if they were spaced far enough from Yamato, do you think Yamato would have gotten in range of the American invasion force, given the American disposition to target the carriers and Unryu's potential to attract American strike aircraft? I mean, it's possible. Obviously, Unryu was sunk before Operation Tengo actually kicked off, so I guess you'd have to send Amagi and Katsuragi. So, I mean, yeah, there's theoretically enough fuel. I mean, Yamato was being sent out with a lot of the fuel that was left, but in theory, if you're going complete do or die, you could drain the tanks of a bunch of other stuff and maybe send Amagi and Katsuragi out. Your main problem is going to be finding enough fighter pilots, because at this point there's no point putting strike aircraft on these things. You would basically be loading them out purely as fighter carriers. So given that at the time when they were considering putting together a strike force, they could only find 60 fighters to go between multiple different carriers, I'd suggest they might have significant issues fully stocking them. I mean, considering that they're designed to carry about 60 or so aircraft, with a mixture of fighters, dive bombers and torpedo bombers. They can probably carry 70 to 80 fighters. So you're looking at maybe finding 100, 150 odd fighters to operate from them. Finding 100, 150 naval qualified fighter pilots in close proximity in April 1945, that might be a bit of an ask. I think you'd probably have to look at getting fighter pilots that you've maybe just about qualified to take off from a carrier, understanding that they're probably not coming back. And to be fair, they probably aren't, because even if you put 150 fighters up into the air, look at the sheer size of the attack waves the Americans sent. Most of those fighters, they might keep the carriers and Yamato safe, but most of them are probably going to get very badly chewed up engaging the American first wave, and then probably finished off by the second wave. There's not a lot that's going to be surviving coming back anyway. Granted, with the carriers present, then the strike aircraft of the second, because the first wave aircraft will probably end up scattering in the face of 150 Japanese fighters whilst their own fighters deal with it. The second and then potential third wave strikes might go after the Inryus and will sink them. That might give Yamato enough time. It will give Yamato enough time to get closer. But you've got to remember that the second and third waves historically come in mid-afternoon, early to mid-afternoon. So given that we're now talking about, maybe 2:30, 3 in the afternoon, there's technically nothing to stop the US carriers loading up another strike wave and sending that out, and maybe another 2 strike waves before nightfall. Now, okay, granted, there will be casualties, expenditure of ammunition, Yamato getting closer, etc., etc. Maybe Yamato might survive. Well, I mean, Yamato came through the first wave kind of okay historically, so if it's now getting its first wave equivalent at maybe 4 or 5 in the afternoon, it might still be afloat come evening, which it might then make it through the night, which might put it in something approximating close proximity. But it would have to be a bit of a stretch. It's possible, but not. I wouldn't put it above 50% likelihood. And there's maybe a 30% chance of Yamato reaching nightfall and then obviously overnight getting much, much, much closer to its objective. But I wouldn't be putting money on it, put it that way. Lord of Epic Randomness asks, it seems the US Navy had 12 Cimarron-class fleet oilers in service by the December 7th attack on Pearl Harbor, but my research indicates that they only ever had 1/3 of them, Cimarron, Neosho, Platée, and Sabine, in the Pacific. Given the dearth of fleet oilers in the early stages of the Pacific War, wouldn't it have made sense to transfer many of the newest, largest, and fastest oilers to the Pacific, and leave the rear echelon duties to the older and smaller craft? What was the Navy's reasoning here? Also, it says that 2 Cimarron-class oilers were sunk. Neosho was one, but what was the other? Well, the other was the USS Mississinewa, I think, or Mississinewa, one or the other, AO-59, which you can see here, actually. She was sunk in 1944 by a Kai-10 suicide torpedo. So the US Navy did kind of redeploy their ships. So of the 12 extant Cimarron class, as you mentioned, 4 of them were already there. Guadeloupe and Kaskaskia were redeployed to the Pacific pretty darn quick as well, so you actually had 6 there. Now, Salomone and Chemung, fair enough, they stayed in the Atlantic, but the US Navy did have some fleet elements to support in the Atlantic as well. USS Washington operating with the Arctic convoys, Operation Torch, etc. Plus, there was obviously an urgent need to transport oil to the UK, which Salomone in particular was doing. So that's 6 out of 8, which are in the Pacific. And then of the other four, Sangamon, Santee, Shenango, and Suwannee, some of you might recognise some of those names as aircraft carriers, and that's because in the very early stages of 1942 in February and March, they were taken out of service and converted into escort carriers. So they didn't really have much of a chance to deploy to the Pacific to act as oilers because they were turned into escort carriers ASAP and became the Sangamon class escort carriers. So of the 12, 4 became escort carriers, 2 were in the Atlantic, and 6 were basically serving in the Pacific, and then obviously 5 when Neosho was sunk, and then the others started to come online in 43, 44, etc. Shazix asks, I-400 versus Surcouf, which one do you think was the better construction and had more potential to impact the future of submarine designs? In terms of potential future impact, the I-400, I would argue, is the more impactful design. The Surcouf was kind of the tail end of the submarine cruiser. We don't really know where that would have gone because the submarine cruiser was curtailed by naval treaty. On the other hand, the submarine cruiser was a little bit of a dead end, in my opinion, mostly due to just range and fire control issues. It sounds great in theory, but unless you build a truly monstrous submarine, and fair enough, Surcouf was fairly monstrous for a submarine of the period, it's not going to be stable enough or have a high enough vantage point to really exploit those guns, especially in an era with sonar and a lot more escorts than had been around previously, and the fact that submarines are much, much, much more vulnerable to taking hits than escorts necessarily are. But in any case, I-400 is larger still, and more. Although the idea of a submarine aircraft carrier obviously didn't really take off, hardy ha. What it did point the way forward for was in terms of extremely long-range submarines and this sort of storage pod type arrangement on top, which would then go on to strongly influence a number of early Cold War designs of missile launching subs, back things like I guess the Regulus missile and stuff like that, and various cruise missile and anti-shipping missile launchers, before everybody decided that ballistic missile launchers were the better way to go for missile launching submarines. But I-400 is kind of the stepping stone in that it shows that encapsulated outboard strategic weapons are possible, which were then, as I say, developed further and then developed further still. So if you want to torture logic into a pretzel a little bit, you could almost see the I-400 as a very distant ancestor of the modern SSBN, although you may be locked up by the Geneva Convention for it. Corvus asks, when an armour-piercing shell strikes an enclosed space such as a conning tower or turret, even if it does not penetrate or sprawl splinters off the interior, it's going to make a very loud clang. Just how badly would the crew inside the space be affected by the noise? It depends on the type of impact and the size of the object being hit. So if it's a turret, by and large, battleship gun turrets are somewhat larger than conning towers, and so there's more volume in which to distribute any resulting sound and shock waves. As a result, all other things being equal, the effect on a turret is going to be less than the effect on a conning tower, because you're going to have less reverberation and less energetic reverberation. Also, turrets, the interiors tend to be slightly less circular or ovoid, which also helps to disperse and refract shock waves. Whereas, the interior of a conning tower is almost purpose-built to make things a lot worse for shockwaves that are bouncing around inside and the people who are being affected by them. Then you've also got to consider the type of impact. So if a turret is struck and the shell strikes near enough perpendicular and just buries itself in the turret, presumably either detonating but not with enough force to breach the turret, or not detonating at all, that's going to transmit a lot more energy into the turret than it would if it ricochets off the roof, for example, or off the side. And similarly with a conning tower, a ricochet is going to impart a lot less energy to the conning tower than a direct hit would. And then you've also got the deformation issue. So if a turret skims across the roof of a turret, it's possible that turret roof might deform as part of the way that it copes with the impact, which is also going to expend energy from the impact, whereas the flip side, a direct flat strike, obviously, especially on something that's very massive, like most conning towers are, there's not going to be much deformation, which means any shockwave, especially if it's a shockwave that somehow isn't creating spalling splinters, is going to have a lot more energy to dump into a sound, which is basically a shockwave in air. And finally, depending on how the conning tower's been set up, it has the other disadvantage of it doesn't have that much in the way of areas for air to escape. If they've left the door hatch open so that it doesn't get jammed, so that they can get out, if it does take some kind of hit, you're playing with fire there, because it's designed to be shut. If you're leaving it open, you're asking for blast pressure waves, splinters, and or shells to come in the partially open door. But assuming that it's been closed up, then the only way for air to get out, which is obviously if it's been subjected to a high pressure shockwave, it is going to need to get out, is going to be through the little viewing slits. Whereas you might not think a turret has that many ways to get out, but remember there's those socking great gaps in the front of the turret for the guns to move in. That's considerably more surface area for air to move out in than in a conning tower. And also within the turret itself, you've got the hoist system, so there is an air passage of sorts down into the lower portions of the ship. The turret itself is on rollers, so worst case scenario, it might move slightly, might jump slightly, whereas a conning tower doesn't tend to do that. And there's big solid things like guns in the turret, which will further help to break up shock waves and provide shelter. Whereas inside a conning tower, there's usually not all that much other than the crew. So your average hit against a turret, a loud clang, it might make the ears ring, and so forth, but considering you've got big guns firing off next to you and everyone's probably wearing ear protection anyway, most of the time unlikely to do all that much. Whereas a direct hit, worst case scenario, direct hit to a closed up conning tower, that very, very, very loud sound is going to a very, very enclosed space with not much in the way of the ability to get out, and it's just going to be bouncing around inside, passing through and through and through and through and through the crew. It's not going to do good things to them. Depending on the size of the hit, it could be anything from, wow, my head is ringing, I'm seeing like quadruple. A small shell hit, like a 4 or 6 inch shell hit, might be like, oh wow, okay, blink blink blink, back to work. And something big that, like, I don't know, a 16-inch round or something that somehow doesn't make it through and doesn't cause spalling, could very well incapacitate people, just through the sheer reverberating shockwave inside. Never underestimate the power of very loud noises, because remember, a loud noise is a movement of air. Strong enough, fast enough movement of air can punch you off your feet and deal with you just as easily as anything else. I mean, that is what a blast wave is, after all. HMS Inadvisable asks, I saw the movie Greyhound recently and was surprised at how much voice communication over radio was used. Could you in brief describe the tactical use of voice communications between ships and when it became the norm, and if the portrayal in Greyhound was accurate? So there was a fair bit of two-way radio communication by voice available in World War II. The origin of the term walkie-talkie goes back to World War II. There were portable US Army ground units, so for ships it was certainly easily possible to have two-way radio voice communication, albeit that two-way radio voice communication was considerably shorter ranged than the more conventional Morse code and other forms of signalling that obviously spanned the globe and were used for critical communications. And this was one of the main issues, that voice communication, two-way voice communication, for the most part, relied in terms of secrecy on having the right frequency, because it wasn't the case with a lot of the more portable two-way voice communication radios that you could change frequencies and dial them in. They were usually crystal sets, so if you didn't have the right crystals, you couldn't listen in. Now, I still haven't seen Greyhound as of yet, so I can't comment specifically on if their portrayal was accurate, but within convoys in general, there was a degree of voice radio communication, but as I say, because you couldn't guarantee the security of it, it was somewhat discouraged. I mean, even if someone couldn't necessarily listen in, they could at least sense via radio receivers that there was radio communication going on. And of course, you can pick up radio signals at a far longer distance than can be sent back. So, it's the inverse square law. If you transmit, it's the same thing with radio. You transmit a radio signal, a voice radio signal. Someone very, very far away can at least pick up that you're transmitting something, even if they don't understand what you say, and that allows them to come in and sort of vector on that position. So radio silence was a thing that was imposed quite often on convoys. Now, that's one of the reasons why things like signal flags and signal lamps were used quite often when it came to U-boat hunting. If you had a U-boat that you knew you were hunting and it was submerged and you were trying to track it down, then sure, coordinating via voice radio with other people on other escort ships nearby might well be a thing. But if you thought there might be U-boats on or near the surface, transmitting via radio was just a very good way of giving away your position. So it's not massively common in a naval context at times of action, but it could have its role in periods. If when I get around to seeing Greyhound, I'll obviously be able to comment more specifically on that. But from the tone of your question, it sounds like an awful lot of communication between the convoys was done using voice radio, and that is probably a little unrealistic. Andronor asks, it seems that most navies settled on the same size torpedoes by World War II. Did all that happen purely by accident, or was there more to it? It wasn't entirely by accident. You've got to remember that early on, a lot of countries all bought their torpedoes or plans for their torpedoes from the same source, Whitehead. So initially, Whitehead's offerings were the 14 and 18-inch torpedoes, or for those of you who liked metric, like Germany, the 17.7-inch or 45-centimetre torpedo. And so if you've only really got one source from which to buy torpedoes and develop therefrom, well, then everyone gets that particular weight of torpedo and caliber of torpedo. And then once you've got those and you develop your own, well, you might as well develop them in that same size, because that's what your launch tubes are rated for. That's what all your transport equipment is for. And so that trend just continues. And similarly with the 21-inch torpedo, the one you usually find on World War II destroyers and subs, that also was, although some nations would develop their own variants thereof, a lot of 21-inch torpedoes were also from an era where Whitehead was supplying plans and torpedoes to everybody. Once you get into the full-on era of the 21-inch torpedo, then Whitehead's sort of semi-monopoly starts to break down and nations start producing their own torpedoes, and that's when you start to see some slightly odd sizes come about. So the British come up with a 24.5-inch torpedo for the Nelson and Rodney. The Japanese obviously come up with a 24-inch for the Long Lance. But most people, the submarines are designed for certain calibers of torpedoes. The destroyers are designed for certain calibers of torpedoes. It works, so there's not particularly any reason to change it, and for interoperability reasons, unless you're facing something like the old US S-class boats that physically can't take newer torpedoes because the torpedo tubes are too short, it's generally best to just stay at that diameter, and so they do. It's just a basic inertia brought about by an initial very strong market dominant position by a single company. Pendon Harley asks, with a top speed in excess of 30 knots, the Cunard liners Queen Mary and Queen Elizabeth demonstrated the ability of fast liners to carry large numbers of troops in safety across a contested Atlantic. Designed at the end of the 1940s, SS United States was faster still at 35 knots in service speed, with various sources claiming she could reach a top speed in excess of 38 or even 40 knots. Could you tell us a bit about the role of speed in enabling these huge ships to avoid submarines? Were there other important operational factors that allowed the Queens to avoid damage? Was the high speed of SS United States an excessive stunt, or was it needed to maintain an important margin of speed above the higher submerged speeds of later subs, inspired by the Type 21 like the Whiskey class? So the speed of the later liners, things like SS United States, it wasn't really anything to do with keeping ahead of submarines. It was just commercial realities. At that point, transatlantic airliners were beginning to be competition for the transatlantic liners, and transatlantic liners had always competed with each other for speed and luxury. So where luxury, because there's a limit to how much luxury you can realistically put on a ship, and it turns out it's quite a lot, especially compared to the facilities on a lot of early transatlantic liners, airliners, I should say. So for the seaborne variant, it was speed to beat the competition in terms of other shipping, and to try and close the gap a bit on the airliners was something that everybody wanted to try and exploit, because if you could sustain 35 knots across the Atlantic, you could therefore get from, say, Southampton to New York or something like that, significantly quicker than a liner that could only do 30 knots, which in turn could get there significantly quicker than a liner that could only do 25. We're talking about like cutting days off of the journey time at that point, and it is the journey time of days. So given that the airliners themselves have you completely beaten out for total speed, a day or so at that point, then the only thing you can do is try and narrow that margin. So you can say, well, do you want to spend a day or so in a loud, noisy metal box, which may or may not crash and doesn't serve particularly nice food, or do you want to spend a few days on our luxury ocean liner, maybe a week or two, but if you're trying to sell it on a 3 or 4 week voyage, people are going to go no. But if you can cut that down to within an order of magnitude of the airliner flight, then people might go, yeah, actually, I'm sleeping in a nice, decent bed, getting decent food, having a nice time is maybe worth it compared to going on an airliner. Now, in terms of the ships evading U-boats and their high speed, it basically comes down to two things. One is obviously that U-boats are not particularly fast underwater. So and these liners, obviously, if they're moving at speed and zigzagging, then the chances of them passing through the sights of a U-boat relatively small if they're on their own, and running under radio silence. And two, even if they do, they'd have to be very unlucky to pass right over a sub, which is what would be needed for the sub to actually launch a torpedo, because in relative terms, if a ship is tootling along at 25-30 knots and the sub underwater can do 4 or 5 knots, you basically have to have the fast ship almost run the sub over in order for the sub to get a shot. You're not going to have the time or the speed to reposition yourself. So, if a submarine that's traveling underwater let's say they see a convoy, or they detect a convoy ahead of them, but it's maybe 15-20 miles, they're going to pass 15 to 20 miles off, then the submarine can still be losing ground, but only lose ground slowly during the day, and then at night can pop up to the surface, 17-20 knots surface speed, get ahead of the convoy, cut across the face of the convoy. Convoys, remember, going 8 to 12 knots usually, and then submerge and conduct its attack. Whereas a ocean liner, if it's also, say, 15 miles to starboard and ahead of you as a submarine, you're never going to catch it, because you can't plot an interception course before it and reach an interception point before it goes past you. And if you wait until nighttime, it'll already have gone past you and you can't catch it because you're not faster than it is. So that helps. And even if you try and close it down on the surface during the day, these things are big enough and mean enough that usually will carry surface guns, so they'll beat you in a surface gunfight, and you'll be moving at your maximum speed, so you're not exactly going to be stealthy in your approach. And the last thing is that even in the unlikely event that an ocean liner turned into a troop ship does manage to run straight across the submarine's firing path, the simple speed of it means that the submarine has to react incredibly quickly to get a decent firing solution off, and it's going to be a firing solution with a very, very narrow margin of error. So it is literally just speed in being alone and fast. David de Boer asks, you've frequently mentioned the Königsbergs and Leipzigs were practically coastal defence cruisers due to their poor seakeeping. My question is, why did the Kriegsmarine struggle to build decent light cruisers? Was it a case of trying to do too much on too small of a hull? Were future Kriegsmarine light cruisers designs such as the M-class or converted Hippers more promising? Well, as products of the late 1920s, the Königsbergs are technically products of the Reichsmarine, the predecessor to the Kriegsmarine, during the Weimar period, but regardless. The two biggest problems that they faced was, one, a lot of institutional design expertise had been lost with the major downscaling of German shipyards, and in particular, a lot of the testing centres had been shut down. So in the early mid-1920s, the Reichsmarine at the time didn't have access to things like ship model tanks, testing tanks and things like this. So, some fundamental aspects of warship design just weren't available to them, and others they could have had, like design expertise, but didn't, because obviously it had all gone away and retired or found other roles in other places. And on top of all of that, they were left trying to fit a cruiser that could have at least half a chance against the cruisers that everybody else was building, which of course had a 10,000-ton treaty limit, when the Versailles Treaty said that you could only have, if you were Germany, a light cruiser of up to 6,000 tons. So they're trying to fit the Königsbergs into 6,000 tons, but fit a ship that could fight something like a Pensacola or a County. And that's always going to lead to huge amounts of attempts to pare weight back, and it led to people going just a little bit overboard with paring the weight back. As one of the better sources on the class describes, literally everything from girders to beams to hull plating to fittings and fixtures were all thinned, and overly thinned to the point that the ships could take damage both from rough seas and from firing their own guns. So, that was fundamentally the problem with the Königsbergs. The Leipzigs, okay, they were a little bit better by taking the design and adding a bit more weight to make up for the absolute worst of the problems, but that was really just putting a sticking plaster on a gaping wound. The M-class and the converted Hippers would have been much more effective light cruisers, because obviously they were designed without the Versailles restrictions in place, so they were able to incorporate a bit more displacement to get what they wanted, and they were also able, obviously, then to not have to overly pare down a lot of structural elements just to stay under some specific weight limit, albeit that, as with the Hippers in general, it's a little bit overblown for what you get out of it. Salamin Shakir 93 asks, what decides whether to go with smaller, faster turning screws or larger, slower turning screws? And when is propeller pitch too high to be impractical or unreliable? So if you want to look at it in just absolute terms, the bigger the propeller, the better hydrodynamically, because obviously a larger propeller with a larger surface area needs to rotate more slowly in order to move the same amount of water. So you can, by rotating more slowly, obviously you don't have cavitation, you don't have as much wear on the propeller shaft, etc. So that's all good, except obviously that there are a lot of restrictions involved, like the size of the hull. How far below the hull do you want the propeller to project? That's going to affect how shallow water you can actually go in. Can your propeller shaft and propeller shaft mounting support the weight of the propeller? Can you cast a propeller that large, etc., etc.? On some ships, obviously, therefore, the propellers have to be smaller. On other ships, where you can get a propeller larger, you normally would prefer it to be larger, unless it's a ship that has to do lots of rapid responses, because, again, inertia is a thing. Cavitation is a real problem. So in the era before geared turbines, ideally you wanted the biggest propellers you could, because as a number of destroyers and torpedo boats found, you could put tons of force and really, really high RPM down a propeller shaft, but you just end up with so much cavitation, you're effectively frothing the sea around the propeller into a foam, and you don't get anywhere. So you get some really odd destroyers that have 2 or 3 propellers on the same shaft and repeated across multiple shafts, just in an effort to get something out of it. But, you know, there's a difference between the hydrodynamically optimal and the practically optimal. So propellers normally tend to scale with the ships in question. Now, in terms of the pitch, well, you know, water is a liquid, air is also water and air are both fluids for the purposes of modelling, albeit one's a lot denser than the other. And like with aircraft going through the air, different pitches of propeller are better at different speed regimens. Likewise with ships, at the realm between 0 and 35 knots, different propeller pitches are better at different speed regimens. However, while you can get variable pitch propellers in aircraft, and that was quite common in World War II, you can also get variable pitch propellers for ships, but because of the density and therefore of all the water and therefore the much greater forces involved, it's much more difficult to manufacture them and a little bit more complex to get right, which means that a lot of the time ships would have fixed pitch propellers, even if technically you might be able to give them a variable pitch one, at which point you would look at what is the ship's desired optimum speed, and therefore you would design the propeller pitch to that speed to be most efficient at that speed. So for example, destroyers designed to operate at very high speeds would have a certain type of pitch, whereas perhaps a minesweeper or something like that that's designed to operate at relatively low speeds, or a destroyer escort or a corvette, will have a much different pitch. And on some of the largest ships, especially when you might have, say, cruising turbines on the inner shafts and high-speed turbines on the outer shafts for moving at maximum speed, you might actually have propellers on the same ship that have slightly different pitches, because one is optimized to move you along at lower speeds and the other is optimized to help you move you along at higher speeds. You'll still get thrust out of both, but one will be more efficient than the other at different regimens. Whiskey Delta Golf asks, of the completed ships scrapped under the naval treaties, were there any that would have been useful to their respective nations in World War II had they instead been retained and modernised? Not for the most part, because, well, if you think about the ships that were retained and the fact that a lot of retained World War I ships tended to end up on second-line duties almost immediately in World War II, and even the ones that had been very extensively modernised were still not absolute frontier vessels. They might fight on the front lines, but, you know, if you find a Conte de Cavour or a Queen Elizabeth wandering around, and then there's a Latoria or a King George V wandering around, it's fairly clear which one is the more powerful vessel. And that's with the latest and greatest stuff that from the time period, let alone, you know, older stuff that was completed and yet scrapped. For the US, I mean, the US kept everything that was 14-inch armed and above in capital ships. They didn't really build any cruisers during the time period, so the only ones they kept around were old armoured cruisers that definitely weren't really... I mean, they looked at modernising them and decided it wasn't worth it. The Omahas were still around, mostly in second-line roles, Wixes and Clemsons, so anything younger than that, or older than that, sorry, is not really any use. For the Japanese, what did they ditch? Well, they ditched some 12-inch dreadnoughts, again, not particularly useful. Some very old cruisers, very old destroyers, again, not particularly useful. Maybe some of the smaller destroyers might have been useful if they kept them in mothballs and then used them as anti-sub escorts, but that's really not saying all that much. And kind of the list goes on. For the British, I mean, people do occasionally talk about, like, Tiger, maybe Lion and Princess Royal as cruiser killers. Maybe Tiger could have that role, but to be honest, you know, as I've said before about proposals about modernising Tiger, yes, she could have been made into a cruiser killer along the lines of, you know, something like Dunkirk, but on the other hand, it would have meant an entire supply line existing just for that particular ship and 13.5-inch shells. So unless the modernisation perhaps included rearming her with 14-inch guns from the King George V programme, otherwise probably not worth it. Maybe if she was so rearmed with 14-inch guns, although that obviously would make her modernisation far more extensive, then maybe as a, you know, a kind of halfway house between a cruiser killer and a small capital ship, she might have been somewhat useful. But Lion and Princess Royal are a bit smaller, much more worn out by the war. And in terms of capital ships, well, even the Iron Dukes weren't really up to all that much, let alone anything older than that. The only other ship that comes to mind that might well have been useful would have been HMAS Australia, as pictured. Now, obviously, she's quite an old design, and she's a derivative of the Indefatigables, and you know my thoughts on them. But she would no longer be a battle cruiser realistically by World War II. But in theory, and I do stress in theory, I don't know where Australia would have got the money for this, but hypothetically, if they had, if she'd been completely and thoroughly modernised and overhauled, given almost an Italian-style refit, so modern fire control systems, complete modern machinery replacement, maybe a little bit of hull lengthening to go with there as well, then she might well have made a useful cruiser killer. You might have been able to, if you have a uniform 6-inch belt, that gives her decent protection against 6 and 8-inch gunfire. It gives the modern machinery, and the lengthening of the hull would give her the speed to keep up with modern cruisers, and, well, the firepower to deal with it as well. And maybe if you wanted to drop a bit of speed, considering, the cross-deck firing doesn't really work out all that much. If it was you're going for absolute full modernisation, maybe remove the 2 turrets and re-establish them as a single midships turret. I mean, if you're replacing all the machinery, you might well find some space for that. Although, if you want to keep all the machinery centerline, you're replacing it square foot for square foot to get the speed up to the maximum possible, and you're keeping the wing turrets, well, okay, but then I'd say at that point, just accept that you only have a 6-gun broadside either side, because to be honest, with modern fire control systems, 6 12-inch guns is more than enough to put down any heavy cruiser or light cruiser that's going to be half your size. And then you have some rather nice open amidship spaces to put anti-aircraft guns. As I say, it's a very pie-in-the-sky stretch, but might have been fun. Certainly would have made the Japanese have some interesting issues about approaching Australian waters. Odd Engineering Questions asks, to hit a ship at 20,000 yards, you need to train your turret with a resolution and, more importantly, repeatability of better than 0.8 degrees. How do you do this with a multi-hundred-ton structure that's subjected to massive off-centric recoil? For example, if, say, 2 left guns of a quad turret fire. Basically, very, very precise engineering. I mean, rotating gun turrets by this point by the point of 20,000 yard engagements, World War I just about, have been around for half a century at that stage. So they've had a lot of time to get the engineering down to a fine art. And of course, by World War II, you've got another 20, 30 years, depending on exactly when you stop development and restart it, of further refinements in technology. Now, when it comes to the off-centric forces, if you have guns firing at slightly different times and everything, partly you're helped by the fact your turret does weigh hundreds of tons, because even the recoil of a 14 or 16-inch gun firing is not going to move a several hundred-ton turret all that much. Plus, of course, you've got the fact that the gun is mounted to the gun mounting and has recoil dampeners, etc. So not all of the force, in fact, not a fair bit of the force in that gun firing is not going to be necessarily transmitted to the turret itself, or more particularly in the form of rotational energy. So, yeah, it is in some ways an underappreciated marvel of mechanical engineering, but when you've been working on it for half a century and you've got such large structures to play with, actually the idea of getting it to within a large fraction of a degree of precision, it's not actually that difficult. And you're also obviously slightly made up for as well with the number of shells you put out and the circular error of probability of each of those shells in question. And to give you some idea about just how fine this technology managed to get in terms of precision, a lot of the early radio telescopes and other large astronomical installations that were built in the post-World War II period, like Jodrell Bank in the UK, used battleship gun traverse mechanisms as the foundation of their aiming mechanisms. And of course, when you're doing things like astronomical observations, you have to be a lot more precise than 0.8 of a degree, but these systems were capable of doing that. So yeah, it's one of those things that you don't quite appreciate quite how fine control you can get with near enough purely mechanical systems until you give engineers a lot of time to perfect their inventions. Burnt Potato asks, what's your favourite hold my beer moment in naval history? I think generally the career of Admiral Hawke has to be high ranking in that. But as I've said a few times before, the Battle of Quiberon Bay, which Admiral Hawke led, really has to take the cake for me, because, you know, when you've got a rising storm, almost Pirates of the Caribbean 3 style, and the French, who are deliberately running before the storm to try and get away from you and are relying on their local knowledge of the coast, are backing sail because they're worried about running aground in areas they know very well. And then you, as the Royal Navy captain, faced with a choice of either doing the same thing and slowing down a bit rather than running headlong through a storm onto rocks and shoals that you have no idea where they are, or going, you know what, to hell with this, full sail, general chase, everybody charge, and flying headlong into this absolutely ridiculously dangerous situation, and then coming out on top. That's really a hold my beer moment. It's basically Admiral Hawke telling every naval regulation and every sane man in his fleet, hold my beer and watch this, as he goes in. If they ever manage to do a film about Quiberon Bay, not that they probably will, but if anyone ever does, I really got to imagine Geoffrey Rush playing Admiral Hawke, and yes, mostly because of his performance as Barbossa in the Pirates of the Caribbean series. It's just a spectacular example of not actually caring in the slightest what anyone with a modicum of sense thinks. Guns442 asks, how do submarines find targets? I know tracking and plotting are firing solutions typically done with the periscope, but is spotting done that way? And if not, how is it usually done, and why is it done that way? So within the scope of the channel, it's done in a number of ways. Early on in World War I, a lot of it was visual spotting. So the sub might be on the surface and be looking for smoke trails on the horizon or something like that. There was also some use of hydrophones to listen for propeller and engine noises, but the visual spotting element was much stronger. When you get to World War II, well, one, being on the surface near enemy ships is a lot more dangerous, but two, hydrophones have improved greatly. So in World War II, submarine finding targets was done mostly by a combination of listening for radio signals, which required you to be on or near the surface, and trying to triangulate that way. Obviously, intel as well that you might be transmitted from other locations, and listening mainly on the hydrophones to listen for engine noises and so forth, and then maneuver towards them on an interception course. Obviously, there's still an element of visual spotting going on as well, but they have a lot more tools at their fingertips. And the idea is that, you know, most of these things will give you an idea of an approximate bearing, and over time, and also an approximate speed, which will hopefully then give you an idea of where you need to go to plot an intercept course in order to get into a firing position. Of course, the other thing you can do is go for an area that's got a relatively narrow confined waters, although that is more dangerous because it also means you don't have as much room to maneuver. But if you're in or near an area with narrow confined waters, then it's much easier because the targets are going to be within a relatively small area. So rather than having to go patrolling and searching back and forth, you can just kind of hang around the same area and target should come to you. Although obviously if you hang around, that also means, you know, submarine hunters can come after you a little bit easier as well. The sea is very big, even in relatively heavily trafficked areas, so you still have to be on your toes to notice something. The visual spotting element definitely comes in at night, when a lot of subs would find themselves on the surface recharging, and then obviously visual spotting of lights, silhouettes, etc. would be something they'd engage with. And And finally, for this month, SMS Schleswig-Holstein asks, how much less effective was the 11-inch Dahlgren with its standard charges at Hampton Roads than with its later increased charges? How much did this increase the gun's armour penetration by? Well, it's difficult to quantify because the quality of armour varied massively, and you'll see what I mean. So looking through numerous tests done with Dahlgren 11-inch guns in the early 1860s, even the tests themselves note that obviously the Dahlgren's initially going in with a 15-pound charge, later uprated to 20-pound charge, and then tested also with a 30-pound charge, which is where the half-charge myth comes from at Hampton Roads. 15-pound charge, it was known, couldn't penetrate target like HMS Warrior, obviously didn't get through CSS Virginia either, and it was known that even at point blank range you could basically near enough, well, not quite put the muzzle up to the target, because then you'd end up with overpressure and blowback and destroy the gun. But you could put a Warrior target 10 feet away from a Dahlgren 11-inch gun with a 15-pound charge, fire it, and you wouldn't get through. You probably wouldn't even crack the plate. Whereas when they were running experiments with the same 11-inch Dahlgren guns with 30-pound charges, they were able to get through some Warrior-type targets, i.e. 4.5-inch iron plate backed with wood. But the tests themselves say, we've tried it. Basically, they say we've tried it against a number of different 4.5-inch targets. The ones that are made out of fairly low-quality iron, yeah, we've been able to blow through those. The ones made of decent-ish quality iron, sometimes we get through, sometimes we don't. And the ones that are made out of actual decent, good quality iron that still can't quite get through. You have things like you've punched a hole in the armour, but the ball only goes 3.5 inches in, so the wooden backing's doing its job there. So you've not actually penetrated the armour, even though you've quite badly damaged it. So that's roughly a ballpark idea of how much more effective a Dahlgren with 30 pounds of powder in its charge was as compared to a 15-pound charge. So I'd say it goes from can only penetrate relatively inadequate armours, so armours made up of dodgy materials like, Galina's on the same side, but Galina-style rail plates, maybe layers of 1-inch armour, layers of 1-inch plate, 2-3-inch armour, that kind of thing. A 15-pound charged Dahlgren could go through as long as they're not angled, whereas once you put a 30-pound charge in it, you've got to have some pretty nice, good quality 4.5-inch solid iron plate to be able to just about resist its firepower. So it's a ballpark. It's not something that's precise on tables, but then very little at that point was, although they do draw up some fairly nice tables of the results of various tests. You'd have to and the problem is you'd have to quantify also the Dahlgren gun itself, because there's a couple of different types of powder that the US was using. It's different weights of shell and shot, and usually the tests that they're talking about in the treatise that I was reading, the high-end tests are done with 30 pounds of powder and 169-pound solid shot, and cast iron shot, it should be stated, not steel shot, which came in a bit later on for the US. So yeah, I mean, it's obviously an increase in effectiveness, but there are limited returns on investment by increasing the charge, because the Dahlgren's not exactly the world's longest barrel weapon, and when you are firing it, you've got to remember that with all black powder short barrel weapons, after a certain point you're just firing semi-burnt black powder out of the barrel straight after the shot, and you're not going to see much more in the way of return in terms of increased penetration. And that brings us to the conclusion of this week's Drydock. Thank you very much for listening. A bit of a speed run this time because I am pressed for time. Obviously getting everything ready to go for head off to the States. By the time you're listening to this, hopefully all the meet and greet details for the US trip will be up on the website. So that's drakinafel.co.uk, and go to the US tour page and you'll see there listing by date where I'm going to be in terms of which ships I'm going to be visiting. And again, hopefully by the time you're listening to this over the weekend, I'll have updated the website to say where and when you can come and say hi. And when, I think broadly speaking, in terms of the when, I'm just going to say from X time, and then after X time I'll kind of be in that area basically until either the ship closes or until we're standing on our own again and I can wander off and find some food. And then obviously either way, either when I run out of people or when the ship closes for the day, then I will go off and find some food. So that is that, I guess. I'm quite looking forward to the trip. A few last minute flight scheduling change shenanigans going on, but it hasn't manifestly altered anything about the trip. So I hope to see a bunch of you guys in the States. Thanks for listening again, and goodbye for now.